Happy Friday, everyone. Happy post-Christmas. Happy holidays. Oh, a 50 streak. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Pixel, for sharing your streak with me. I hope you're having a wonderful day. What is happening? What have I done? I don't know what I've done. Let's be on this. Boop, boop, boop. Sitting on screen. If I click the wrong things. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. Trying to think. I don't really know what I'm doing today. I got for eating a banana. I need to upload some videos. And then other than that, I think we'll be ready to play maybe some Hello, Shadow! Hello, Buster! Thank you for sharing your streak. Hey, I'm saying 40-day streaks are pretty cool. Alright, I have to upload the 18th. And that will be the last one for today. Because I didn't stream. I restarted my watch streak. Were you here on Christmas Eve? That might be it, maybe? Because I know a lot of people were busy on Christmas Eve, so that could have been it. This is the wrong title. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is like you could have missed a day, maybe. The 18th. And I put this on private. I wasn't, but it gives a day grace. Ooh. Technically, it would have been 2 days. I think. Technically, it would have been 2 days at this point. On the 22nd, 23rd, and the 24th, we did not stream on the 25th, and today is the 26th. I think the countdown starts when you let's hear a voiceover narrating things. Huh? 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 Everything's off now, so I don't have any. You have that narration on, like that Minecraft, the narrated text. You got that on, huh? I think the two turtle doves was the 23rd, not the 22nd. What was the 24th? That means the ones I downloaded. Hello, Lily. How are you? Might have been the 22nd then. Let's go to past broadcasts. 3 days until chrumuh. Open up the 50. Let's fucking go. 40, 50. Wait, which one does Pixels have? Oh, Pixels had a 52. Wow. Decent though. Christmas was shitty. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it wasn't the best. But I hope that, you know, as we go towards the new year, some good things will happen. Sometimes I think the years prior are shitty because the years coming are gonna be way better. I actually set up my throat so I can get help. Funding my habits, fair. Hello, condemned. Welcome on in. Happy post-Christmas. Happy post-Christmas. Video club. The video club. Let's put those in there. And then I have, this is 2 parts, which I'll render this weekend so I don't forget, but they're downloaded. And then I need to download the other VODs that I have. Highlight. Download. We can delete this. We can delete this one. And then I want my banana. I'm using my new mouse and it's so light.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Fuck yeah. Alright. This one's already been posted on the social medias. And so this can go here. And we will be playing that in a hot second. I need to make sure there are no comments that I need to reply to. This one I did. This one, this one, this one. This was like an image. Yippee! Oh, yippee! Control Enter. Happy holidays! I wonder if this is just a preview. Thank you for the head pat. All right. And then I want this one. Who thinks we're... Oh. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm gonna go to planning, and I'll probably plan those later because my brain is EP. I don't really want to plan those right now. Alrighty. Let's go play some blueprints. Where's my blueprints? We also have Pixel Shopkeeper that I want to try, but I don't know if I'll play that today or not. If anybody got some cool Christmas presents that they want to talk about, feel free to tell me about your Christmas presents. I like that I can spell blueprints wrong and it'll still work. How are you, Cow? I'm good. I'm a little cold, but I'm good. You got an iron? Like, an ironing iron? Or, like... I don't know. I guess I don't know what other kind of irons there would be. Oh, my tongue. My tongue still hurts. I burnt it the other day, and then my taste buds got fucked up, and then they're sensitive. Yep. Cool. Now you can iron all the fabric, so when you make new clothes, they'll be nice and crispy. Nice and crispy. Trying to remember everything. Oh, I can bring up the notes. It's hella good quality. Fuck yeah. Alright, my blueprints notes. Oh yeah, because I was in the cave. Okay. What are my notes? Secret passage must have a green note that says 12 major keys basement. Oh yeah, the 12 major. My DPI is definitely too low. Hold on. My DPI is too low. This one. Okay. Back to art. Go he. Have a good time arting. Thank you for popping in. You're the one that I call baby. I'm gonna keep. We're probably gonna keep Spoon. Now, let's do it like this because we're just playing a game right now. Yeah, and then this is... What was this for? That was for... Oh, that was for the powered sledgehammer. But we don't really need that now. I don't think. Well, well, well. Hello, curry corn dog. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas. I don't know how to get there yet, so we're gonna do this one instead. How you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for sharing your streak with Lemois. Let's see. I'm gonna go this way to just grab my items. Ooh, and a sleeping mask. Very good. Very good. I will say that this mouse is a lot louder than my last mouse. Hello, Stripes. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. To the parlor. Mariah obsessed with the finding more songs to record from karaoke. Give it the power. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, do it. Do whatever song that you enjoy. The black box is true. The blue box is true. The gems are in the true box. Unless this is a lie. These are lies. This is true. I feel like it's in this one. Yay, I was right. Still feel like my DPI is too low with this, but oh well. Okay. Penny Logs, welcome on in. Hello, Raiders. How was your stream? How was Castlevania? Vampirate, I am honored. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Castlevania. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. If you're new here, hello, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm just hanging out, being a goofy goober, eat watering can. I forgot what that just gives you more. Does that just give you more? Or just play? It was good. I'm glad. I've never played Castlevania, but I know a lot of people which like the Castlevania series. But I hope that you are doing wonderful. Wonderful. I hope you had a wonderful holidays. You're having a wonderful holiday season. I don't have a key for that. Library veranda. Let's redraw. I don't really like. Oh, security would be nice. Yeah, this is my first playthrough, but it was really fun. I'm glad. Oh my god, I'm so glad that you were having fun with that. That's fucking awesome. And if you'd like to stick around while we play Blueprints, I really don't know what I'm doing today. If I'm completely honest with you, I'm just sort of. Because I didn't really have plans for today. I got all my work done already for this week. There might be some art that I want to do today that might be fun for us to do, but I'm kind of like 50-50 on what I want to do. Let me get this to do the thing. Log into... No, I don't need this. I need the keycard system. Set security level 2 low. Confirm. Let's make the change offline mode to unlocked. And then I think that'll be good for that. I don't think we need any of the secrets from the other stuff. It's been too long since I played this. It's locked. Fuck. Ooh, the kitchen would be good. Oh, terminal password. This was Swan Song. I don't have any money. I've got no money so far, which is kind of crazy. Oh, babe, don't get me wrong. You know you bright as the morning. My legs are so cold. Money! And an orange. Bedroom, maybe I'll wait. Spread to each green room. Or we can have the nook. Let's do the patio. And then, is there any other secrets in here? I don't think so. Ooh, utility closet or the pool. Let's do the pool. We have so many gems. Is there any... Actually, are we near any rooms? No, we have to be near the antechamber to get the rooms that I'm thinking about. Unfortunate. Dude, I'm considering a job. That's fair. What kind of job are you considering? Parkies. Corkies. Corkies. It's locked. The fuck you mean it's locked, man? Go back now. My bed too sweet for me. I'll go back to the kitchen. Anything? I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of jobs out there. It's just like, depending on how much you want to sell your soul, you know? That's the biggest thing. What's the secret passage? The cold sink. I've never done. If someone needs a person to lick the floors, I'll do it. I would say I understand. Social cost bypassed. Ooh. I want the showroom. I don't want to say you need to go that far, you know? There's a key. The key is 80? You don't have to pay gems cost of floor plans. Whenever you gain steps from eating, gain twice as many steps. If you call it a day while wearing the moon pen, you will start tomorrow with 2 of the items in your inventory. God damn! I do not have money for any of these things, but it's cool to know that I have them. Yeah, I do. I mean, if you want, I just feel like there's other things you could do, you know? There's lots of things you can do for money, and you don't have to lower yourself to do those kind of things, you know? I kind of want a key. And I want a shovel, but, you know. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. I guess. Do the nook. I have to, like, go to the bathroom, but, like, I just started this and we just got here, and I kind of don't wanna, but I kind of might have to. Ballroom. That would be nice. Yeah, let's do this one. Maybe putting it in a McDonald's. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's completely fair. And now we can go back. We can go back now. Because there was a door we couldn't open because... Yeah, we could go this way. Showroom's very cool, though. Now that we know what it is. I've never been able to use it before, so... It's pretty cool. Missed a gem. Oh. What's in here? Swear to God, if it's like a key card. Oh, it's keys. I'm gonna be mad about keys. Am I going the right way? I am. Alrighty. Where are we going? Rumpus room? I wouldn't mind going to the rumpus room. Where's the coins? Where are we? We are not near. I will talk to Rumpus in a little bit. Billiard room isn't bad. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I will be right back. Grab my crochet stuff in case I want to crochet fish. Because I think right now I have like most. Let me make it. I don't have the list. I have like 5 of them done, I think. Hold on, let me look in there. Let me look in there. Let me look in the nook. I have 4 done, and the 5th one was for a family member. And I have 9. So I have like 5 more to do. So we'll get in there. I heard a bell, but we didn't get the dining room yet, did we? Rank 8. I don't think we got the dining room. Why did I hear the bell? What? West Wing Hall, Nook. Oh, we did. It was at the very beginning. Whoops. I guess we can go back eventually. Especially if we can get the garage. 14. 12 minus 5. 6. 12. 16 times 5. Oh my god. 16 times 5 is 80. Minus 10 divided by 10. 77. Fuck. This was 12. Okay, then it might have to be... Would that be 6? Oh, no, I guess it works. 6 times 5 is 30. Divided by 10 is 3. Oh. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 10. Minus 7 is 3. Divided by 1 is 3. Yay! Whoa! Finding it won't be easy. Okay, now we gotta find the secret garden. Oh, okay. Bloop. Money. We almost have enough for the moon key. Actually. Palm broom. Just read off 8 times. Oh, the bookshop. Conference room. Let's go to the bookshop. Oh, this is... Yeah, this one. Let's see, there's fire, match. I don't know what this one would be, so I'm just gonna screenshot it for now. I am not that smart yet, so I will put him here. Oh, oops. And then we have to buy books. Flight of the Queen. March of the Count. A new clue. I don't have enough money. Okay. I bought 2 new books at least. A new clue sold out in hours. It should come as no surprise that the latest book from our local author, Marion McGold, is breaking literary records. I wonder if there's anything else in here. Not really. Door is locked. Okay, so let's go back to the Rumpus room. And we exactly have 1 coin to talk to Rumpus. Hello. Here you go.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And, as suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Mm-hmm.
The image is becoming clear. I hear the pattering steps of children running in the forest. The joyful echoes of laughter in the courtyard. I see an old man sitting in an even older chair.
Is that Grandpa?
A seed that has served many generations, each with their own stories, each with their own secrets, each with their own endings, but all in the same chair. What you have heard here has been foreseen
That
by the great Allah.
helped me none, I think. That helped me none.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if that helped me at all. Emotion for me. Oh, this door was locked too, wasn't it? Fuck. I have no more keys. Something up with this chair? I need to go all the way back to the beginning. Patio, kitchen, courtyard. Okay. I have 8 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Ooh, barely skipping by. Alright. Have dinner. So we get 30 steps. Woo! I don't have enough gems for that one. The boudoir. Sure. Oh, no, I took a screenshot because I didn't know what it was, right? Okay. It seems... Garage. Fuck. I guess, but I don't think I need keys. Oh, now I get the key cards. Fucking god damn it. Bookshop is locked. The drawing room is locked. I have no more keys. I can be a fool. That's all I know. Let's call it a day. Oh my god, I'm so cold. Oh, day 33, chat. My fingies are so cold. Gemstone. Blackbridge Grotto has permanently unlocked. And each deck you have access to an offline terminal, and then the west gate leads to the outer room. Okay. Or something I was thinking about, I think last time I was playing this. Yes, the apple orchard has the key to opening another flame. Just take this one, I guess. Is there any things in here? I forget if there's things in here. No, we want that on. There's 2 dig spots, so this doesn't... It doesn't come with a shovel, right? By any chance, it doesn't come with a shovel? Nope. Okay. I'm sad we lost the garden, the secret garden key. But that's okay. Let's do pantry. Let's do walk-in closet. Let's get some items. Some early items. What the fuck is this? Gain an additional effect of each colonization. Oh, so that means we want the observatory. Okay. 1, 2. I had 3 things. Isn't there one more thing? I thought there were 4 items. Did I miss an item? Or did I get it already? I have lost myself. I might have gotten it. The observatory. Let's take it. Look in the peephole. Oh, cloud is the key, and then we get a diamond, right? Woo! And then we can look through it again. We can get another key, and it's even more common. Yippee! I'll shoot this one. Patio laboratory. Let's do the parlor. I think it's not a big loss to lose that bottom square. Okay. The gems are in the black box. This box and the blue box are both false. The statement is no help at all. True? Oh. This box and the blue box are both false. That means... I think it's in the black box. I think. Yes! I'm gonna run out of steps. I want you things in my room. The time of myself on the internet just as mind. My room. Leaving everything behind. Which way am I going? Back to the observatory entrance hall. Observatory entrance hall. Pantry. Boop. Let's go to the bedroom. Let's do West Wing Hall. Yes, we could do Nook. Let's do Corridor. Garage. I don't really need the garage right now, though. What we need, chat, are steps. What, this will give me the key again, a special key. 4. Wait, 2. Oh, I guess it's 3, so it'd be 6. No, it's 9. God damn it. Five minus 1 is 6. So 2 to the power 2 is 4. What? So want me to do that first then? 5 to the 25, 24, 2. And then 2, 3, 9. 18? Yippee! No special key, but that's okay. Boop. We have so many gems, and we have a lot of keys now. What we're low on is steps. We need more steps. Spare bedroom. Spare bedroom would be good. Interesting. I'm not getting more steps from bedrooms. Redraw. Hello, meow. Hi, my love. I would like to go into the vault, even though we don't have a lot of steps. Oh, all that money. Oh, I can't look around and God damn it. So I think if we can, getting to the vault and then the showroom would be good, because then we can buy things from the showroom, because otherwise I don't think normally you can make enough money to buy anything in the showroom. Oh, I'm so cold. I hope you're doing well, my love. Oh my god, I'm so cold. I gotta go back to the little outside hovel. Thank you for the pap. Thank you, thank you. Hope art is good. I got food. Yum. What kind of food you get? Hello again, friend of a friend. Can I make an offering with, like, gems? Can I give it gems? I don't have... And chili dog. Ooh, chili dog sounds great. I don't have any coins. You crack the whip, shape shifts and drifts again. And you, my love, on a wall, lift you up every time. Let's go this way. Let's do spare bedroom. I'm just gonna, no, I'm not. It's like, I'm just gonna go, but that's a bad idea. Let's do den. Let's do, ooh, I wouldn't mind doing security off the bat. Yeah, let's do security. And then, again, oh, wait, no, that's not. Oh, okay. That's not what I wanted, but that's good to know. Keycard system. Change offline mode to unlocked. And outer space. Okie dokie. Give me the key. Alright. What? The gems are only in the true box. Only one statement is true. The gems are in the blue box. It's false. Gems are in the only true box. I think it could be in this one. Fuck. Might have been in the black one. I had an idea that it could have been in the black one, but I didn't check. I put in 2 applications so far. Very good job. Proud of you. Commissary Pantry. Just do Pantry, and then we'll go here. Ooh, Holly wouldn't be bad. Holly wouldn't be bad. What about this one? I guess the chapel, but I'm not gonna go into the chapel. Instead, I will go this way. So there's a lucky rabbit's foot somewhere around here. I think it could be in the spare bedroom. Nursery. I might do the nursery, get a bedroom. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't really go into this room a lot. Is that a banana? There's a banana. Oh yeah, the red prince. Yes, I remember this. Grab that lucky rabbit foot. Closet. Let's do. Oh, I can't do kitchen. And I can't read red either. Let's do the closet. Just get a little bit more. Yeah. Cute. All right, where can we go from here? We have to go through the chapel because I'm ooped. All right. Dirty shoes in my washing machine. Baby, baby. Hello, Rhino. You're fucking late, my guy. How was your Christmas? I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Yeah, goober. Yeah, late. I'm super late. Yeah, you're late by an hour. An hour. How could you be late by an hour? Redraw. Okay. I'm gonna do boudoir. Okay, some more steppies. Dun, 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 dun. Don't be well, just my eyes. Let's do corridor. Make that 3. What? Oh, good job. Watch Annie playing game. What game are you playing? Oh, but you were having fun with your game. Now I shall take a small break. I'm proud of you. Good job. Good job. 19. 5, 25 minus 5 is 20. One, it's 9, maybe? 18. Ball pit is the game. Interesting. Oh, fuck, I don't know how I just did that. Fuck. Oh, it's 15, isn't it? I think it's divided by itself. Nope. 25, 20. Okay, so 10. 13. It was 9, right? 13 times 13. 13 divided by 13 is 1 minus 10 is 9. Yeah, 18 divided by 18 is 1 minus 16, which is 15. What? Yeah, I find it to be a great game to be able to play and watch anime. That's good. That's fair. This is 9. Yes, this is 9. 18. Was it not divided by itself? I'm gonna look it up. This is the 23rd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blueprints. Dartboard. What's the yellow one do? What's this one? Oh my god! It gets harder. Doesn't square diamond. Square digit inversion diamond waves. What the fuck? Hi Vex, how are you? Yellow. Functions. What? What does it mean if it's yellow? What if it's a yellow square? What if it's a yellow square, though? What? I'm very good, but I'm good, but very tired. I spent like 6 hours with family. How are you? I'm good. I'm a little sleepy because I'm cold, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. I need to take my meds. Nah, I'm thinking about it, but I'm pretty good. It's Friday. 18. Okay, is it? How can it be 18 times 18? Sorry. Square. What does this mean? What does this mean? My god, there's more math in this than I thought. Is cells to the power of 2? Yellow subtraction, division, third line. Okay, so it is to the power of 2? What the fuck is 18 times 18? That's not gonna math. That's not gonna math, chat. The yellow square. Did you... I guess a square is after the last instant. Oh. Oh! So it would be 18 minus 16, which c to the power of 2 is 4. God damn it. Makes sense. So the silver key? It is your silver key. This way. Oh, this one's like a fucked way. Oh, I could do the passageway. Just wouldn't have any more diamonds. Sure, just so we can keep going. I don't have enough requirements for the showroom. It's okay, we'll take this room. Ooh, came with an item. I wonder if the burning glass needs a battery too. Makala. The lady shifting the next time you enter the board door, gain 10. The next time you enter a walk-in closet, gain 3. What are you against this one? It's locked. Boop. Oh, there's a trunk here. Key. What the fuck? Nope. Treasure map. Oh, fuck. I don't think I have a thing for this, though. Where is it? Where does it go to? So it goes 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's the one on top of the billiard room is what it wants me to go to. Ooh, the garage. I'm gonna take the luck and I'm gonna try to just not do that one yet. Let's do the dark room. Oh, that one has a card in it? Fuck. Silver key. Let's do this one. The mechanarium? I don't think mechanarium has one door for each room in your house. For what? For each? I don't think I have any. Rumpus room. I don't really need more money right now, so we're just gonna do workshop. Go. Need this lever. Locked. Fuck. Fuck, chat. It's locked. No. Okay, we gotta go the other way in the dark room then. We can't go the other way in the dark room though. Fuck. Oh. Let's go back outside actually. How can we go back outside? Best way is go back to the dark room. I want to give money to the shrine. We've got 9 coins. We can give them to the shrine. I think this way. Passion room, storeroom, chapel, pantry. Billiard room, corridor. Okay. Go down just like Holy Mary. Okay, well now I'll give him 8 coins because the chapel decided to be fucking greedy. Is that the main entrance hall? 1, 2, 3. I think that one's way better. I actually don't know if it matters. Yeah, we can't do anything with that actually yet. Hello, shrine. Would you like 8 coins? The blessing of the chef. For each type of spread that you do, add an extra dish to the dining room. Blessing duration 3 days. Nice. Nice. Which we'll call it a day because I can't go anywhere else in the house. God, my hands are cold. My hands are so cold, Dad. Chat room, my hands are freezing. Day 35. Okie dokie. If you choose to run away with me, I will tickle you internally. And I see nothing wrong with that. Trading post shelter. Let's just do shelter. I don't think there's anything in the shelter, though. I'm pretty sure. Let's go this way. Let's do bedroom. This one. Look, I guess. Look at this one. I'm gonna go this way first. Ooh, every die. Cool. Automatically do not like those. Let's go this way. Oh, okay, I guess I could have done the chapel. Doesn't really matter. Ooh, little bunny rabbit paw, which would be good with a metal detector, which I haven't seen in a while, to be fair. Which is interesting. Let's just do pantry. I guess I wouldn't mind running an experiment if we ever got the lab again. Let's do the den. Let's see if any of these doors are locked first. Library, guys. Spare bedroom is fine. Doot. I want to go to the library first, though, because I want to check out a book. Four, I guess. I didn't get 4. I've gotten 3, I think. Attic. Have we ever been to the attic? I don't think we have. But it does cut us off if we go to the attic, so at least I want to try it. I don't think I've gone the attic before. Yeah, we have never gone in the attic before, but there's 8 items in here. Is that an item? Is the red little cart an item? I hope it is. It's not, huh? Magnifying glass. We needed a magnifying glass from the mailroom, didn't we? Oh man, look at all these items. A log pick? Oh boy. A coupon book. I think that was everything. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. triple check. That's everything that we need. Yep. Spare bedroom time. This one. Laundry room, parlor, chapel. We'll do chapel because we'll get the sheltered thing where it shelters us. Let's do East Wing Hall for this one. And then let's do... See, I have enough gems for security, so we'll do security. And then I will put the offline mode into the thingy. Keycard system. Let's do low, confirm, change offline mode into unlocked. Oops. Okay. Actually, let's do log into network. Okay. Whew, I am cold. I have to reconfigure my blanket. I am fucking cold. Yeah. I think I... Okay. There we go. All better. Shelter one should be offline. Let's do the laboratory one, yes. I guess I didn't turn the shelter one on. But I don't think the shelter one gives us anything, to be fair. When you draft a red room, there's 5 stats, then while drafting. This one and then this one. Start experiment. Okay. Okay. Mail room. Okay. Guest bedroom is fine. Ooh, and then I get the compass. Pretty loaded this time. You know where we are now. You know where we are when... I'll do storeroom. And then we gotta go to the East Wing Hall, which we gotta be smart about. Observatory would be good. Yes. And we can see how many jummies we can get from this one. It'd be 15. Or 14? I actually don't know. Apples are extra delicious today. I get another diamond. And I get extra steps. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Courtyard would be good. Would have been good to have a floor plan one, but that's okay. Pebbles, damn it. Ooh, a sledgehammer. One more here. Oh, coins. For me. I want the mail room. Gymnasium wouldn't be bad. We'd be protected from that one. Well, it's the conference room. We could do the conference room. I think there's anything. Ooh, an apple. That's why I have 4 keys. Dark room. I'd be protected from this one as well. Yeah, let's do this one. What key? And they wanted better prints of these. 1128! 1128! 1128! Orchard equal 1128. Haha. Does anything else here have that? I don't think so. I don't think anything else. 1128. Okie dokie. Commissary. That one doesn't have any negatives, so it doesn't really matter. Dining room wouldn't be bad. Rank 7. Yeah, because then we can keep going. Yeah, I did turn that. The pool. We don't have enough for that one. It's unfortunate. Do the 3 gem prize, I guess. Is there any way for us to get back, though? No, we can't do the left side now. Okay. There are 2 false statements. A box with a false statement and empty. This box is empty. True. I'm gonna get some black box. Fuck. That's what I get for guessing. Cost. Who knows? Maybe the terrace will have something nice for us. It has a gym. No, that's got nothing else, which is very unfortunate because we have a lot of stuff. Pizza! Pizza! You have a furnace in your house. What the fuck? It's a furnace? That's crazy. I guess that's fine. We'll just eat it. The fuck? I left half a slice. Okay. I'm going to go back outside. Because I know a secret. Sway that outside? Yes, it is. Okay. Wish I knew you wanted me. I would. I think. Yeah, security's faster. No, it's not. Oh, stupid. Take a crap at it. I'll do it too good for me, my dear. Corridor, pantry, west wing, hallway. Okay. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. Gotta go apple orchard. Stay with me. The apple orchard. Give me the apple orchard. There's that trees in here. Oh, the tree is cut down. Oh. Oop. Yes. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start with 20 extra steps every day. Let's go. And then this one. Now I have 3 of them on. I just need one more. I just don't know where the other one is. Sundial. Cool. What you found, it's business. What's this? Garden logbook. When I first came to the estate on the capacity of new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of this improvidence, in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with a few scrapes of imparting wisdom from previous guardsmen. To that end, I will make an effort to make some recording of my dealings on the estate in as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Among my commissioned duties, I've been tasked with the conversion of oversight of Mount Holling's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, entrance drive, and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death, and the ensuing closure of the west wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so if I endeavor to brush the west pass weekly, even if none by myself take notice. I don't know what that means. I think I read that wrong. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these I've discovered are only directable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden all fall in this category. Okay, so I have to be on the far east or far west to get them. The soil survey. One of the first tasks I undertook as a groundkeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil. To qualify the quantity. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Don't know what this means for me. So I think it might be better to put green rooms on the rich soil spots. A few years ago, the Baron made a long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, and almost every room in the house had to be equipped with a new fixture and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside our apartments are still connected powered by gasoline, including but not limited to the orchard smudge pots. The smudge pots found along the apple trees here in the orchard are critically necessary. Smudge pots are not in use, so orchard's gasoline should be turned off. A few months after the idleness, I finally have a new cause to champion, and I have submitted a request to change scenery. So So Ardina, currently in the cloister. With a much more appropriate angel Rhina. After all, as the beauty is such much are essential against freezes. That makes sense. And after all, as beautiful as the suggestion gardening. Though amused, I do not think Anne took to the request too seriously, though she did humor me and listen to me very well. And she truth be told, I've forgotten how to access the inner Garth. I'm too scared of the chastisement to probe the particular for the third time. Okay, so we like the farmer angel. Farmer angel is a good angel. Okay. This reminds me of something in the catacombs. Anything else? That seems to be it. Okay. Well, 20 extra steps a day isn't bad. What the fuck is that? That feels like something important. It wasn't, because it won't let me pick it up. Okay, cool. So that's the apple orchard. Cool. Oh, bird bath. I don't know if there's anything else over here, though. So if I turn this, it turns that third one off. But then the smudge pots work. Interesting. So that means there's one more place in the estate on the outside that has these. Also, hello, Cole. Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. We have plenty of steps. We might as well walk around the estate for a little bit before ending this one. Do-do-do. That's a gemstone mine. I have to find a way to move the cart that's downstairs. I don't really know how. Smudge pots are also called orchard heaters, are portable oil burning devices with a chimney that generate heat and smoke. They're used in agriculture to protect fruit trees from frost by creating a warmer microclimate or a heat-trapping smoke blanket. Interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you for the song request. Was there anything in here that I needed to solve? I don't think so. Enter. Oh, okay. We don't know the admin thing for this one. Say your love. California, Florida use smudge pots versus frost freezes for the orange orchards. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. I want to go this way. I want to go this way. See if anything else has changed. Let's see. Doesn't look like there's anything there. I don't think there's anything here. Hello, Flame. Welcome on in. Happy post-Christmas. Wish you happy holidays. Still looks barricaded. So my song is the right one? I think it is. It said the right name. So it should be. Life and I do it my way, that's what I like. This is like around the foraging planet. Steam to high pressure. That's her. Okay. Merry after Christmas. Merry after Christmas. Is there anything else down here? What do we have? Stuff. Stuff and things is what I have. Key does not fit. Fuck. a chest down there that I can't have. To move that somehow. And I can't get across. The boat's over there. There's a map down here, isn't it? I think it's over there. I think I have it. I think I have a picture of the map. Next, it's this one. Oh. That door's locked too. I don't think I can go anywhere else. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. How we all doing? Pretty good. I'm a little cold, but I'm good. Just playing some blueprints. Just playing some blueprints. Lily, I'm sorry you're having a not great day. If you want to talk about it, you're free to talk about it. I'm alright. Same with you, Flame. If you want to talk about why you're not great delicious, you can talk about it. Otherwise, you just vibing. Oh, I got 70 steps, baby. Meant to do. Sorry about what I said. Have some fun. Two special items. Shovel, yes. Give it. Fuck them. You know what's more important than blood family sometimes? Found family, Lily. And we love you just the way that you are. We love you. We love you. All the family you need right here at the Milk Club. Family, yeah, exactly. What family means? Family means Hakuna Matata. That's what it means. Two more items. I want more items. Yeah, compass. Let's go. We got you, Pookie. You don't deserve to feel sad about nothing. You deserve all the happiness. So we're here for you. Always and forever. Okay. So I'm not sorry about the thing I said. Okay. The gems are in the black box. The statements on the other two boxes are true. The gems are not in this box. Fuck. The two other boxes are true. Can't all be true. That's a lie. There's R in this box. Fuck. I might not have a place for a brain, Pookie, but we got plenty of room for loving you, Lily. Just the way that you are. Just fuck it, redraw the floor plans. Let's do it then. Oh my. Of course. No need to thank us. That's what we're here for. A music room? It's a music room. One major, one minor key. Whoa. If you unlock a door with a prism key, a green room, hallway, bedroom, red room, or shop will draw floor plans of the same color. Whoa. I'm gonna go sing some. Do it! Have fun singing. Have fun singing your songs. Oh, Jesus. Find here within these first sung words that when you seek in major tongue, but half the sheets are missing from. The four you hold, the rest far flung, a half note held is quite the pun. Among the scattered symphony, a message hidden beneath the keys. In bold words sung by you and me, a fractured note, an urgent plea. In bold song I do repeat, the one of you who oft assume that you alone can solve this tune are likely going to be your due, and all the rage that will ensue. Working on the simple clue, while pages lined with melodies, do hide the words we've come to seek, and from our choices among all these, we write down the ones that seem to be the loudest type with ink that bleeds. First words on the. Find a. Wait, is it find among the white? What? Give me this. Denoted in verse. I don't know what this means. There's so many things. Is there anything else in here? Okay, wait, okay. First words on the. That was the first word. Okay, so would that mean find the. Find. I feel like it's the first word. First words. It's first words multiple on the. So find here among this the ones white pages. The first. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do it this way, chat. Hold on. I need to like group screenshots together. This is that. This one. Nope. I'm taking these notes with me. Okay. I'm becoming as big as this guy. Denoted in verse. Denoted in verse. So I'm presuming this. First words on the. Find here within the first word song the key you seek in major tongue, but half the sheets are missing from the four. Oh! I understand. No. Just gotta keep going. I have to find other music sheets. Looks fine. What's in the box? What's in the box? Money and dice. I like it. Let's do the hallway. Corridor's fine. Let's go this way. Tree office. Library, chapel. Workshop, yes, workshop, because there's a page in here. 8. Haha, I don't know where the fuck the other ones are. But we found 8. Okay. Compass and shovel. A dowsing rod. What? I now no longer have a shovel. While drafting, dowsing rod points towards rooms that may contain more items today than usual. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Works for me. You want this one? Says we should go to this one. It's locked. Well, obviously that one's gonna have the most. But I'm gonna do the chapel. I guess I could have rerolled, actually. Oh. Ooh, gems. Garage. It's West Wing Hall. Is this the one that's gonna have the good soil, though? No, that's the one above it. Okay. Oh, I'm cold. Okay. So there's stuff in here. Oh, a key. I don't want any of these. In 10 steps. Let's do the dark room. Okay. Oh, it's a commissary. The company. Money! Wow. What's in here today? An upgrade disc? I wouldn't mind buying an upgrade disc. That's 15 though. We're too short. Okay. Boudoir library. Hallway would be a waste. Okay, boudoir works. Oh, coin purse. 1, 2. Then some apples. And then some jams. Give me gems. All you do is rush me out. Let's go back to the West Wing Hall. Wait, I could buy an upgrade disc now. Upgrade disc. Cool. Is this spot? It's like normal. Hi, Star. Happy holidays. Hope you had a good Christmas yesterday. Is there any things in here? Ooh, more money. Don't mind if I do. Okay, let's go this way. That one's locked. Okay. It's locked too. Shit. Okay, we'll go back into the chapel then. Gotta take my money. Wait, there was more. Happy holidays. Got sick though. You're so. What do you mean? No, no, Pookie, no. I'm okay though. I'm just playing some games. I got something cool for Christmas, but I don't know if I want to talk about because I'm shy. But I got Christmas and it was cool. It's cool. Christmas is cool. But yeah, I'm having a good time. Tools of the trade. Okay. Stopwatch. I remember repellent, but what? Permanent repellent spray can free you of annoying planet up to a week. Ornate compass. Oh. Component in 1 contraption. A component in 3 contraptions. Oh shit. Oh shit. This tells you the different thing. You get 10 coins. I would do the 10 coin one probably. Yeah, we have that one. The Nook. You will always draw a library while drafting in this room. Bacon and eggs. Most agreements can only be drafted along the edge of houses and secret garden. There's no exception. Hall pass. Stringing together adjoining hallways. I need to take note because you can find them and produce flame. These specific houses contain mechanical triggers that are tripped. Oh, interesting. I'll try It's funny. It thinks I'm gonna go to the weight room and lose half of my steps. That's funny. I have 7. Okay, they don't have new books, which is unfortunate. The other door was locked, so I need a key. Money. Oh, poop. Okay. Gotta go back. I could buy a key, I think, from the commissary. Yeah, I could go back to the commissary and buy some keys. A lot of money. I'll go back down this way. So I don't think I really want anything else. Key for 10. 1 key for $10? Oh my god. It's a little expensive. Won't you love and your love, revenge you and me, bad romance. Take my last money, Jesus. Revenge you and me, bad romance. Sledgehammer. Is that always here? Wobbly. Yep. Okay. Caught in a bad romance. Actually, you might want to go back to the library at some point, but we will go down the corridor and see if we can get back to the library, because I have an idea that I might need to use a notebook for, because I'm kind of at a point where I need to start actually writing stuff down. Breaker box, observatory. Do observatory. Wait, did this have anything in it? Wait, oh! I always thought the shoes were just shoes. Fuck, I saw those in another room, in another run. Ooh. Ooh. Anything's okay. Okay, I don't think I need that. Okay. There's a child screaming. Wrong. Boat. What do you mean everything today 50 is 50% off? That means I could have bought 2 keys. God damn it. Kitchen commissary law. Fucking. Alright, what can we upgrade? Closet. Can we have more items? Enter to continue. Plus extra item if drafted to join hallway. There's a bedroom. Ooh. Empty closet plus joined with a bedroom. Let's do bedroom closet. I like bedroom closet. Robbed again. I know, that's what I'm saying. This game is out to get me, Star. I don't have enough money for this one. I need to use this one. Hello, Hamdar. Bananas. Give me those bananas. You said you do to me. Alright. Hold on, I need a journal. I will use my normal journal. I have like a planner that I have, but I haven't really been writing in it, so I'm gonna use it to write notes about this game because I need to write stuff down at this point. My pencils are so far away. Any pens? I have no pens in a medium. Oh, okay. Yeah, got it. Okay. I don't know if anybody else has this like thing, but I love writing with number 2 pencils. Mechanical pencils are fine, pens are fine, but writing with a good wooden number 2 pencil makes me very happy. I have to get back to that library at some point. At some point. Use. A ballroom! I've been robbed again. I've been robbed again. Fuck off, I'm not going that way. I think this door was locked. And I think I just used my last key. And I think I just bummed myself. I think I just bummed myself. Where is this? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's in the fucking library, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's above the library. I said that earlier, didn't I? Okay, well, at the very least, I'd like to get back to the library so I write this stuff down. I can't dig up... Wait, there's a dirt pile in here. I can't dig that up anymore, can I? Nope. Listen, chat, I love kids. I think kids are cool. I want to have kids someday. But when they scream for no reason, man, oof. Do I no longer think that way. Especially when the type of screaming that they're doing is as high pitched as, like, a whistle. My brain goes, Chapel. Wait. I need that electrical burner thing for in here. Okay, I need this. Okay, so the shovel. Oh wait, should I make an Excel sheet for this? I could. That might be easier. I could do that later, I think. Shovel 3. Metal D-Tech. 3. Lever broken. Lev. 3 battery pack. 3 compass 2. 2 sledge is in 1 contraption. Lockpick is in 1. Is in 1. Coin P is in 1. And then the mag is in 1. And then there's which contains 1. Yes, that's all that really matters right now. Yeah, because I can't do anything. This key's really cool, though. If you unlock a door with a prism key in a green room, hallway, bedroom, or shop. Oh, we have an idea. Back to the chapel. Oh, Lincoln. Yeah, chapel hall. I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work. Shine. I know, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. What do you mean it doesn't fit? Wait, can I not use it in blue rooms? No, it's like literally everything but blue rooms. I don't have any other locked doors. It's literally my only locked door. I have been scammed. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta write down the things. I want to write down the new things. Okay, so the shovel. The shovel. I gotta write this down flat on my desk. The shovel and the compass equal magnifying glass. No, equal dowsing rod. So that means there's still 2 things for the shovel and 1 thing for the compass. We made... How did we make the... Do we have that note still? I don't remember. Magnifying glass and metal detector. Made, magnifying glass and metal detect equal... it made the burning glass. So that makes metal detector 2 and the magnifying glass crossed out. And then we did, I think, the broken lever. It was like the lever, the sledge, and broken lever, sledge, and the battery pack. That equaled the powered sledgehammer. Powered sledge. Which means this one has 2 now. The battery pack has 2, and the broken lever. The broken lever, battery pack, and the sledgehammer. We already know what the sledgehammer equaled. So, okay. So we can kind of, by process of elimination, know what's next. I'm sad we can't use the prism key. The prism key is really pretty, though. That's okay. I have an idea! Pixels got me an iPad for Christmas, and I have an idea. I could use it to write notes about blueprints. I'll be right back. I'm hee-heeing because I get to use my new tablet. Okay. Need to look up a good journaling app, though. New tablet. Pixels got me an iPad for Christmas, and I'm very happy about it. It's a very cute size, too. Like, it's a nice, like, journal size. And I've been playing with Procreate. Like, I was playing, like, with Procreate all day yesterday. It makes me really excited. Can I do one where it's like... Oh, I can. Wait, what? No, that doesn't work. Oh, wait, what? I gotta do it like this? Wait, I'm confused. I'm like, I don't know how to use Apple products. Handwriting. No. Good Notes? Is Good Notes the one I'm thinking about? There was one that I wanted to try, but it was it was Apple specific. I think it might be Good Notes. That's what I use in college? Okay, I'll try that one. I just want to take handwritten notes. I feel so cool. I've never had an Apple product before, guys. This is so cool. Do I have to do this right now? Do I have to sign in? I'm trying Good Notes.
If you want to use my account, you'll have to, because I had like a paid version of it.
It was free though.
Okay, maybe there's a free version.
Currently upgrading my GPU, so I'm on mobile. Ooh, if you need help, let me know. Get a sign in, create account. Wait.
You don't want to create a Google account. It'd probably be easier just to log in with the...
Okay. I just feel bad using all of your stuff. Okay. Fair. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I have like a previous version, but it does everything you need. So let me know.
I can see your old notes. They're cute. They're loading.
Yeah.
That's so cute. This is so cute. Okay, let's try it. Notebook. Cover. Okay. Now I get to take notes. Now I gotta go back into the library. Where the fuck am I? Not that far. Oh, I can just take it. Oh, no, it's fine. I'll do it from the library. We have plenty of steps, and I can't go anywhere else in this house, so I'm going the wrong way again. Okay, so contraption components. Oh, this is cool. Oops. I don't want it to draw with my fingers. Is that a thing I have to turn off? Stylus and palm rejection. Palm rejection. Okay. Okay, cool. This is so cool. Tip flatness. Okay. So we have this. This is so cool. And I can still double tap. What about pencil? Oh, I like the pencil. Draw and hold. Can I make it thicker? I can make it thicker. Oh, I just thought of something else cool. I technically could play Blueprints and connect my iPad to my computer so Cat could see the notes that I take. I'm not gonna do that right now though, but I could do that. That's so cool. Oh, this pencil's too big. See, the shovel has the shovel and the compass. I don't like this pencil. This pencil's very messy. It's okay. Guess I could have just done this in Procreate, I guess. The shovel and the compass equals the dowsing rod. And then the lever, the sledgehammer. And the battery equaled the power hammer. And then the metal detector and the magnifying glass. And glass equals burning glass. And then we're still missing. So the shovel has 2 more contraptions. I put the L too far. Oops. The shovel still has 2 contraptions. The metal detector still has 2. Still has 2. The broken lever has 2. Still has 2. The compass has 1. The lockpick has 1. Oops. Lockpick has 1. Coin purse has 1. That's 1. And the magnifying glass we already did. And then we have a question mark one that we haven't picked up yet. That's still 1. And those are the upgrades, tooltips. Okay. And then we'll call it a day. Call it. This is cool, chat. Let me continue. Whoa. I want to scoot in and a tablet fell onto my keyboard. Day 37. It's been 37 days in this mansion. I haven't really found fucking shit, if I'm honest. I feel like we've unlocked a lot of things, but we haven't really uncovered a lot of the big secrets yet. Ooh, a root cellar. I wouldn't mind a root cellar. Are there any secrets in here? Doesn't look like it. I do want to get... I wonder if that letter is still in the mail room. I hope we can get the mail room. How many rooms am I missing out of, like... Missing 7, 8. I'm missing quite a few of them still, actually. I'm only missing a few of the... I got all the red rooms, though. Let me tell you what. I got all the red rooms. Jesus. Okay. I also saw you said Procreate is pretty good app. I like it so far. I definitely am a bit shy about it because it's like I'm playing with a program that like I just never have, and a lot of my art is very vector, and I don't know if Procreate does vector, but it doesn't really matter because I kind of want to get good at just drawing in general, and that means I just got to get used to how Procreate be. I guess we'll go to chat one. Money. Oh, it gives me money so that way I can lose the money. Very cool. Shovel? Shovel? No shovel. Storeroom pool. Pool already? Pool already? I don't mind the pool. I don't mind the pool. Security. I don't mind security. Let's do keycard system. Set security level low, and then offline mode to unlocked. And then if I want to, which I think I do, I want to access another terminal. I want to do the science one. And then I want to grab one of the experiments. Just gotta wait for the dial-up tone. Remote terminal access. Laboratory, yes. Research logs. So successful triggers 3. Interesting. Research logs, experiment setup. One draft a hallway from another hallway, a letter will be delivered. Spend 2 or more gems in a room. You draft an archive floor plans. I kind of want to do this one and then lose 10 steps to gain 20 gold. And then I'm going to see if I can get the showroom this time. Corridor is fine. Bedroom is fine. There's nothing in here. Expense. Works for me. What was the experiment? When you draft a hallway from another hallway. So better to do that sooner rather than later, I think. It's gonna give me 2 more keys, Pog. Alright. Where do we want to go? I want to go to the other this room. Is that a sleeping mask? God damn it. Kitchen nook. Storeroom. Let's just do another storeroom. Oh. Okie dokie. And now we want to go to the... I think I kind of want to go to the den instead. And then go this way, because I didn't open this door. Boudoir or parlor? I wouldn't mind doing the parlor. Ooh, apple. Alright. The gems are in this box. The statement isn't no help at all. The gems are in the blue box. I think these two, sure, this is false. Because it is helpful. Yeah. Let's re-roll. Let's see if we can get a 3. I wouldn't mind the workshop. What if I don't want gems? Well, if you don't want gems, then you don't have to have gems. You could just skip it. You could skip it. You could save your energy and skip it, you know? No. What's this do? Lucky purse. Okay, I gotta write that down. Okay. So the coin. Oops. The coin purse and the rabbit foot equals lucky. Oops. Oops. Lucky purse. I have purse. Fair. Also, hello. How are we doing tonight? Good. How are you? So coin purse doesn't have anything. I'm presuming the question mark might be rabbit foot, but I'm not gonna cross that off yet. But we're doing good. How has your holidays been? Hope they've been good. Doubles all the money I'll find. Ooh. Cool. Billiard room. Let's do the dining room. So I like the 3. Pump room. I have keys. We'll do the pump room. What's in this room? A drawing room? To the drawing room. I sat at home, played the new Ark DLC for my holidays, but my bestie flies out Monday night to come hang out with me. I'm super excited. Oh, that's so good. I'm glad you're super excited. I hope that goes uber duper well and you guys have a uber duper great time. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink water. Gymnasium. Oh, we can redraw. Yes. I wouldn't mind the library. I'd like to get the 3rd book. Because I don't remember if I got the 3rd book. Let's go to the pump room. There's so many. Huh? How does this have 1? Has this always had 1 in it? I think I know how it had 1. And I think I have to get the other room for this to work. God damn it. That's fine. I just have to remember. Let me write that down. I'll do like a star. I write this with a pen. Star. Pump room needs steam room for reservoir. Okay. Then I think what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna pump all of this water back. I think that's what I'd like to do. Because I think all this water has to go into here. That would make the most sense to me. Also, I think I might be able to take that boat if I put the water back. I think. Let me look at my notes. So there's a boat. There's a boat on this side. I can't get to that because the door's locked. It's fine. I think we'll just keep it like this for now. Suck it out. So I think somehow we have to get the reservoir empty and the fountain empty. If my brain serves me right, I think we have to do both. Okay. There we go. Now let's go back to the drawing room, which is going to be through the library. The sauna. We don't really need all of those extra steps, so we'll just do the nook. Boudoir or the kitchen. I think the boudoir would be fine. So we get for free food and we get another gem. Did this have anything important in it? No, not yet. I have to find the other. That for the red letters, I need to just find all the red letters, I think. Laboratory! Fuck, I guess the terminal thing on it, but it's okay. Do we not have any other... Okay, no, it's a pillow. Okay. Do you have any music sheets in here? No, that's not a music sheet. Music sheet would be super helpful right now. And I can't go that way. So I think I might have to go back to the corridor. Just fine. We just gotta go back. Can I go through the library? No, I just go through the dining room. Dining room to workshop to parlor to den. What does this do, by the way? Do we see what it... Oh, it doubles the money. Right. Except we haven't found any money yet. Damn, okay. That makes sense how we can get to the showroom then. Because especially if we can get into the vault. And it can double our vault money. Which is crazy. But I'm not here for it. But I'm here for it. My shoulders are cold again. I have to re-babushka myself. Okay, all these kind of go to like a dead end, so I'm just gonna do coat check. I'm gonna get the burning glass. Okay. And then hopefully I can get another hallway off of this. Yes. And now I can get 20 coins. Let's see, where are we? I kind of want to go back and do the chapel thing, so I'm gonna go do that. But I have money. I have, like, money. Okay, let's not do that. Use. Garage. Billiard room. Garage. Think right now the garage would be more helpful. Let's get the garage. Where are them keys? The Babbage thing, and then the thing in the car. But I don't think we need the thing in the car. I think we just need the thing in the trunk of the car. And in order to get the thing in the trunk of the car, we either need the sledgehammer or the car keys. And we have neither of those currently. The gymnasium is gonna be the best. Gonna do the billiard room just to see if we can stave off having to end the day just yet. 4 times 4 is 16. 20. To the... I think it's 20 minus 16, which is 4 to the power 2, which is 4 times 4 is 16? I think it's 16. Yeah. 10 minus 8 is 2, minus 1 is 1. One times 3 is 3. To the power of 3 is 9. Yes! Woohoo! Ooh. Let's do guest bedroom. Really should have done the breaker box. That's okay. We need the breaker box for a few things. But at the very... yeah, we fucked ourselves. Oh, well, no, because the laboratory... we need a key card. But let's just go back to the chapel. We have to go all the way back to the chapel. Man. Chapel. What if experiments last even after the fact? Because it says I triggered it like one of them multiple times. Courtyard chapel. Okay. Courtyard. Take my money. How do I light it? Can light special candles and ignite fuses. There we go. Whoa! It's a piggy! It's a little piggy bank. The keeper of the tithies. The chapel resident guardian tasked with the sacred duty of keeping the accumulated chapel offerings. Oh! Okay. Oh, so everything I've put in here is coming back out through him? That's interesting. That door's locked. I really should just have done the breaker room. Cries. Triggers. Successful triggers. I wonder if the experiments keep going. There's no shop rooms. There's no other way to get out of here. Nope. Damn. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I just... oh, well, let me put the burning glass back. Boop. Check item. Wait. Check item. Burning glass. There's a lot of burning glass things I need. Just want to make sure. Okay. Call it a day. Call it. I'm curious. Blueprints do experiments stay? Access is allowed to the trigger cause. So drop never eat an apple combined. Oh, okay. It doesn't look like that's how they work. Oh, where'd my pen go? Oops. Oh, my pinkies are cold. this away. To rewrap myself in my blanket because I'm getting cold. Sun and the moon seem to be ours. Schoolhouse at 8. Let's do the shelter. I want to go down into the shelter because I want to access the terminal. Terminal. Yeah. I don't know what date I want to put the thing on. Canned water. And there's nothing else? I don't think so. Okay. And then the moon seemed to be ours. Here we go. We go! I like I have this itching to 3D model something, but I don't want to 3D model. Spare bedroom. Let's do the nook. Let's go this way. Let's do the den. I'm gonna go this way first. Ooh. The pantry. I do want to go back, because... Right? Yeah, I do want to go back. So I want the key so I can open the chest. Because the trunk might have stuff in it. Bloop, bloop. Ooh, it did have things in it. Let's do the storeroom. The storeroom? No, this one doesn't have something special to it. It's the item closet that has the thing that's special to it. West Wing Hall office. West Wing Hall is best. So we can keep going up the west side. Chapel. Billiard room. I'm curious if the chapel keeps the thing that I did. It does! And I don't think it took my money. Because I exposed a piggy. I'll do this one. Where's the keys? Thank you. And then we'll go the other way in the chapel. Yes, because I've exposed the piggy and no longer does the thing. That's cool. Yeah, we'll do the commissary. They've got shovels, compasses, and sledgehammers. Well, we could get the sledgehammer to either learn the new thing we can make with it. I don't really know if I want it yet, though. Security's not bad. This way. Not yet. What's this way? Hallway, drawing room. I think hallway would be good, because we can kind of like make our way back. Yeah. Conference room. Do a conference room. Hello, conference room. Ooh. a secret passage. Or the study. So, secret passage. Because then maybe I can get the gold. Gold sink. Locksmith. Special cost bypass. Interesting. Let's do the... Oh, I don't have the thing for it. The Locky Smithy. Special key. I have 8. Give me a special key. The prism key! Let's go! Fuck yes. I never got to actually see how that worked. And it can work in a bedroom, right? If you unlock a door with a key to the bedroom, you'll draw the floor plan the same color. Interesting. Okay, so if I wanted like another bedroom, I could do it that way. Interesting. What color is the vault? The vault is blue. Oh, damn, okay. Ladyship's chambers. I want the mail room. Green rooms. Is the mail room also a blue room? Vaults, pantry. Study library, chamber of mirrors. Yes, it is. Damn. Why does my heart cry? I can't use it in hallways either, can I? I can. Okay, interesting. Okay, we'll just hold on to that then. Where do I want to go next? I think I should go back. I didn't do the thing in security that I need to do. Keycard system. Keycard system. Change offline to unlock. Confirm. And then... Oh wait, no. I wanted to do... Welcome in, Rui9947. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Or also having wonderful holidays. Because it's the just Rue? Sorry. It's the first time seeing the name. I tend to say the whole thing. My bad. But welcome on in. Let's do the lab. Yes. I want the experiment. Enter. Is this 18 plus? It is 18 plus. We are 18 plus here. Experiment setup. Experiments. Continue with the experiments. Well, drafting room. If you draw a drawing room floor plan, next 3 times you open for each bedroom you're in after your second. Gain 3 gold. Add a letter to the delivery room. Fuck it. A letter will be delivered. I don't see the rules. I don't see the rules. I'm pretty sure it's in the rules. Hold on. Now you're making me freak out because I don't... It should be in the rules. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Don't spook me like this. Don't spook me. It's right here, you goob. It's literally the second rule. It's literally the second rule, you goober. Okay. Making me freak out for no reason. 'Tis in the rules. Thank you, Star. Thank you, Star. I was like, what the fuck? You mean it's not in the rules? I wrote the rules. I was there when the scriptures were written. I'm gonna go back to the West Wing. They did not give it to me? Well, listen, I don't put the thing in the chat. The thing where, like, when you talk in chat, the little rules pop up. Because, like, that's a lot. Yeah, don't rely on the Twitch pop-up. Yeah, don't do that. Just use your eyeballs, you goober. Just use your eyeballs. The closet. Perfect. The closet is oh, and it gave me the key card. If it gives us the key card. Time to rewrite the scriptures. I don't want to rewrite the scriptures. The scriptures are right there. Scriptures are right there, Canadian. Courtyard. A great hall room sauna. How do I keep the thing? From parlor, kitchen, bedroom. Why no panel for your commissions? Probably because I'm lazy. Probably because I'm lazy and I have a lot of... No, I do! I do! I do! Star. You almost got me there. Goob. Yeah, goob. Corridor gymnasium. I'm gonna lose out on this room right there. How to sync my case to the rest? Yes! Let's go! Good job, Pixels. If I go... Will always be less unlocked, but I don't want to do that one. This one will only lose 2, and then I'd have to go back around. Which really isn't the case. Can I flip people off? Are you a baby? Are you a baby, Rui? If you're a baby and you have to ask permission, probably not. But that has other connotations. But you're gonna be okay. You don't have to ask permission. You got your big boy pants. I have many emotes. That's fair. I mean, to be respectful, but if you want to, you can. Keycard system. Offline mode unless like security level 2 high. Confirm. So I can have free doors. Some sus. Well, you know. The rules are there. You can read them. What's this way? Use key. Laboratory courtyard. Let's do the courtyard. Like this one. That sure is an emote, I'll tell you what. Shovel! Shovel! I love the shovel. The shovel is my favorite item in this game. I don't know why. I just like shovels. I think I just like shovels in general. Can we do a fun fact video next week about shovels? Is that a thing? Wait, what's our next week? Oh no, we already did the next week. The week after this, Bolivia, Babylonians invented jokes. I want to do shovel fun facts. Shovel fun facts. I like that. I want to do fun facts about shovels. I like shovels. Shovels are cool. The locker room! I don't have money for the locker room. No! I've never unlocked that one. Okay, we'll do the parlor. Let me get the gems and I'll go do more. Okay. Alright. The gems are in another box. The truth is on another box. The words another box are on another box. This is true. The truth is on another box. This could be truer than this is false. So that means it's this one. That's an interesting button. I don't know what it says because it's small on my screen, but you have a button. Look at that little button. Alright. Everything with keys in this place. I guess whatever. I have 6 keys. It'll be okay. Nut. Interesting. You got a nut button? We'll do the office. I have to go back to the conference room, which is fine. What secrets because there's a safe in here. There's a safe in this one. I don't know how to fucking open the fucking safe. Tell me, are you holding secrets? Run payroll now. Turn to main menu. Spread gold in this way. Spread gold now. Turn to main menu. Log in a network. Swan song. I don't even sub? You don't even sub? You don't support the content creators for the art that you use? Changes to the estate. I feel like it's gotta be in this room, but I don't know what the code is. Can I get like a hint? Hints. Hint for office safe blue. I'm poor, that's fair. As long as you're enjoying it, I guess. So how is it like I'll answer the question the way you phrase. Can the office space be open on what's in the room only? No. Is there another room with a revealing node? Hi, Jailer. Welcome on in. No. A final note. It's way more fun to figure things out on your own, even if the answer is simple. Beat the demo of the game is full of one more faint piece of information. You'll need... Okay. Oh! Why did I just get teleported? Why did you get teleported? What does that even mean? Oh, why did I close that? I needed that. I needed my blueprints notes. Recent blueprints. I need this one. Something, small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know, dude. Alright, office. Let's go this way. I don't like any of these rooms. Maybe the boudoir, I guess. Just so that we can get into the foundation. Experiment successful. I forgot what the experiment was. Oops. Oh, I think it's for every bedroom after the one that I select. Oh, blue room. The prism key really isn't that great, I'm gonna be honest. Turnip? Broken lover. Think fast. I'm not a fast thinker. I don't know who you take me for, but I am not a fast thinker. Hold on. I have a key card this time, I think. Yeah. This run we have a key card. God damn. Star, that look good. It's a punch? Boop. What? I gave it my card. Why can't I have the thing now? Prism key. Fuck. What do you mean? It took my key card. It took my key card. And now I don't think I have a key card anymore. I bet I know what the key card's for, actually. Did I give my key card back, actually? I have my key card back. Never mind. It does. It has a way with just robbing my time, mostly drafting studio. You can select a new format to permanently add to your state's draft pool. I don't think I've gotten this one yet. I have not. In the drafting studio, you'll be able to choose a brand new format to permanently add. Permanent changes do not reset each day. Ooh! I have a song for you. What kind of song? You're more likely to draw unusual or rare rooms while drafting. That's cool. I like that one. Dovecote. Whenever you draw a dovecote while drafting, you may rotate. Oh, shit. Vestibule. Whenever you enter the vestibule, 3 doors on this room unlock, and the 4th one becomes locked. I like the unusual one. Drafting cost is 1. This one's free. Drafting cost is 2. A quality floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. This room is ideal for tea in the afternoons or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. A towering loft serving home to many of the feathered locals of Mount Holly. As a devout birdwatcher and amateur ornithologist, Mary had petitioned her uncle for years for this to be built on the estate. An ornate, frame-sized yet modestly sized hall. It is served as its original antechamber. Oh, in the old days before eventually being removed from the estate for having doors that were prone to becoming stuck. Double Artemis, fair. Thank you for the song request. We do have a song request, channel points redeemed, though, if you would like to listen to a song. I kind of like the solarium, but I also like the vestibule. It costs 2. I'm gonna get the solarium because of the aesthetics. I like it because of the aesthetics, and we can get the other one probably at some other point. Money! Thank you for the follow. What's this? A very detailed made paper safe. Wait. Is that... What room is this? What room is this? This is a room. This is a room in which another room mimics this room. What room this is, I don't know. A very detailed safe. I wonder if I had a magnifying glass, if I could look at it more. The Great Hall partitioning plan for Monday, December... The Great Hall, Monday, December 14th? The Great Hall partitioning plan for Monday, December 14th. Oh, this is volume 1! Drafting Spectrum, Most Violet Dreams... Well, this tells us about the rooms. I could speak sometimes to you. What? Foyer. Okay. Wait, what'd that say? Oh, Lydia. Does the fucking chapel have the positions for the fairies in the underground? It might. It might. It just might, chat. It just might. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. Okay. Ooh. This room's cool. Ding ding. Hello, Chaotic Kitten. How is it going? How are you doing today? I'm playing Boo Points. Day 1? Bruh! What day am I on? Day 38? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24. 24. I need a calculator. 38 minus 24 is 14. We are on December 14th. Oh my god, what do you mean I have to write down every day after? December 14th, December 14th. Is that today? Was that today then? Partition plan for December 14th. Monday, December. Yeah, today's December. Okay, I gotta write that down. Gotta write that down. The 38. What is the phone number game? I don't know. I do not know. And day 38 equals December 14th. I don't know if that matters at all. I guess that helps for the bomb shelter because then well, it's kind of be a hope and pray thing. I'd have to read it. Observatoire or the dark room. Dark room it is. God damn it. I don't have any more jams. Let me in here. Patio. Billiard room. Study. Let's do the billiard room. More doors. Cool. The solarium! Fuck! I don't have enough money for it. Oh, but I do have the garage. This thing, so I can open the garage at least. Nope, I want dark room on. Gymnasium. Garage on. Keycard system. Wanna go play Roblox? Well, I hope you have fun playing Roblox. I hope you have fun playing Roblox. Mirror changer, sauna, or the laboratory. I don't have enough money for any of these. Not this one, at least. I could do the sauna. Have fun in Roblox, Ruby. Car keys? A safe deposit box key, 233. A safe deposit key. Oh, this is a vault key. I'd have to go to the vault. You son of a bitch. Fuck. All right, let's go. How many steps we got? 19. We need more steps. I don't know which way would be the best. I think I'm just gonna go to the billiard room, I think. Alright, let's do math. 4. 10 minus 2 minus 4 is 4. Times 2 is 8. Divided by 2 is 4. 8 times 8 is... I don't remember what 8 times 8 is. Clear 8 to the power 2 is 64. 64 minus 20 is 44. Divided by 11 is 4. Oh, there's more. 8 to the power 2 is... What is it? 64? 64 minus 4 is 60. 60 times 2 is 120. 120 divided by 4 is 30, I think. Yes. Okay, that's not a number on here. Fuck. Okay. 8 minus 4 is 4 to the power of 2 is... 4 to the power of 2 is 16. 16. 1632 divided by 4. 8. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Shiva Keith, thank you for the pap. Appreciate ya. Use key. Code check. Dining room. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Let me see if I can get any of the other special rooms. I'm gonna do this one. What's this one do? Prism key. Hold on. The silver key has a door with many doors. Let's choose a silver key. Why not? Library, pump room. Library. I want the library. Okay, we're not gonna... I don't think we're gonna get the showroom. Unless it's a boiler room. I don't think... We don't have the boiler room. We need the boiler room. We don't have the boiler room currently. So that's okay. Wrong way. Library. Okay, I read volume 1. This is volume 3. Gems, trader. One of the more exemplary examples, her ladyship has synergy with Lady Epson's other 2 rooms, her boudoir and the walk-in closet. Aquarium, the greenhouse, the kitchen. In the kitchen, you can check which course is being served in the dining room that day. This will allow you to... Oh! Gotcha. Ooh. I think it's usually in the same spot. Gimme. Which means we gotta go back to... let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The gymnasium. Go back to the gymnasium. I would like to know what this room will be. Check study. Laboratory. Study. Let's do the study. Oh, thank you for this. Is there anything else in here? Oh, this is the room with the safe on it. We learned that. Our works on the house. I remember that one. And then, is this a room that we need a letter for? It is not, but the library is one. So we have to go back to the library. Use pairings. A Cordillera, we had a place. Chief Chef I. Everything is upgraded safely. Good job, Kiwi. Chef Chief I, yes. Oops, wrong one. I. Is that F? Are we sure that this one's F? Light flight, yes, F. Where are we going now? We are going back to... What are we doing? I forgot what we are doing. Prism treasure. Oh, we have to go back to the gymnasium, which means billiard room. Did I go in there? Did I come in here? I don't think I came in here. Money. There's nothing else. Okay. Right? This is where it is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's in the gymnasium. And I have a shovel. Right? 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it should be in here. Can I not use a treasure map in here? Yeah. Time to start digging. There we go. Pog. Cool. Oh yeah, that gives you the coffer. So it gives you the coffer every time, I guess. Goes in comfort, we all go in rain. I gotta go back to the conference room. Which means I gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I have enough steps. Okay. Dark room to foundation to the boudoir. Parlor. Courtyard. Security hallway conference room. Hallway conference room. But I passed the... No, I'd have to go the opposite way though. That's fine though. Yes, give all the monies. So I guess that's the other way you could get enough money for anything in the showroom, is that you pay staff and then you spread the money. So that way it all ends up in the conference room, I think. Yeah, because now we're sitting at like 40 coins. So. East Wing Hall. Music room. Let's do this one. We don't have the car keys, do we? No, so it wouldn't really matter, I guess, if we went back to the garage. Okay, we'll use a prism key. Hallway. Social cost bypassed. Hallway doors are always unlocked. Yeah, let's do this one. We haven't gotten the foyer yet. Baron Edwin Sinclair. Okay. Your chance of finding items in green rooms. Do the Verdana. Turnip. Yes! I got a turnip. Will I get... Ooh, there's a gem here. I get another turnip? I got another turnip. Let's fucking go, dude. I mean locked. Oh, goodness. What can I do about a locked room? Oh, the locksmith, and I have 39 coins. So I could go... If I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Wait, why don't I just go straight down? I could just go straight down to locksmith. What? A lane? Imagine Elaine just didn't do that and Elaine just walked all the way back. I want the lockpick and I want 3 keys. Give me all the keys. Oh, I got like you can buy that multiple times? Holy shit, I have 7 keys now. Let's go. Was there any other locked rooms? I don't think so. I think it's just the Verdana that has it. I also have no more money. So I spent it all on keys. Which is fine. I do not mind. Wine cellar, pump room, observatory. Let's do the observatory. Let's get a few more stars. Oh, much of me send you take it to the max. I feel like observatory is also one of those things that actually would have been better at the beginning, but it's okay. Fuck, if I do the locker room, I screw myself. Do the passageway, though. What would be here? The rotunda, the archives, and the weight room. None of that really matters. Ooh, the boiler room, huh? The boiler room could be good. I could try the cloister to look at the statue to see if it matches the statues that are downstairs. Or I could redraw. I think I'll do the cloister. It does. And there's a way to get into the center, it said, but I don't know how that works. Okay, so this one says the queen. Okay, wait, I took another picture, didn't I? I didn't save it. I think. That's okay. I have a picture right here. Date. Yeah, I don't have any of my music sheets in here. Okay. Make these smaller, put them over there, put this in here, take this, put that down. Okay, smaller. And these 3. Okay, and this one has it up. Okay. At least you have it up. I don't know if any of them are gonna have them down, but we gotta go back. Right, I think so, because this for the foundation. Go this way. Mage chambers. Mage chambers is fine. It looks like I've discovered... Did I even discover that one? I did. It's the dining room, so I have to go back to the dining room eventually, which I think I have enough steps for right now. What does that say? Patrol ship. Oh, this is the payroll stuff. Gotcha. There's this. Grain, wheat. Light, wheat. White wheat. Anything cool? Oh, the vault. Give me the vault, because I have the vault key, right? I have the vault key! Give me all this money. Oh, the vault also tells you what day it is. For all the robbing that it's done to me, I finally got to the vault. It's like 2:33. Yeah, it's 2:33. 2:33. 2:33. 2:30. Is it over here? 2:33. God damn! Allowance token. Your allowance has been permanently raised by 2. I don't know what that means. Passport. Gray Daniels International Passport has been compromised. What does this mean? Is this my mom? Because they were like, she suddenly disappeared. So maybe? Okay. Date of birth is 5/1. Date of issue, date of exit. Okay. I think that's everything in here. Is this a thing? Nope, it's not a thing. It's just a hole in it. Okay. Wait, this is a thing. You gonna have an apple in you? No, you're just gonna have more money. God damn, if only we had the showroom. Okay. We need to go back to do a thing that I have already forgotten what it is. There's a thing we were gonna do. I was gonna go back and do something because I figured out something, but now I don't remember what the thing it is that I figured out was. I don't remember the thing that I figured out. So there are 12 major green notes. Those are 12 major keys. A shovel, a compass, a key card, a vault key, a lockpick, and a treasure room. And I have an allowance of 2 now, which I don't really know what that means, but it's up to 2 now. Shortway Cloister. Dana. For some reason, my brain tells me I have to go back to the dining room, but for what reason did I need to go back to the dining room? I don't remember. It's me from this castle. Hungry? Didn't we already eat the thing, though? Thought we already ate the thing in the dining room. Yeah, I think we did, because it was like, it needs a boiler room. Like, we don't have a boiler room, so we didn't do that. Oh, I remember. We need to go back to the dining room because there's a painting in there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Okay. I gotta go to the cloister, the foundation, the dark room, the billiard room. Cloister room. Wait, I went the wrong way. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Frick. Frick, I went the wrong way. I don't know if we'll be able to find out what that letter is. Yeah, it's too far away because we'd have to go all the way. I think. Yeah, we'd have to go all the way back around, so we can't discover what that letter is. And then the maid chamber. Okay, we're just trying to figure out what the maid chamber one is, and then I have to go to the restroom, and then we might do something else. Otherwise, we might keep playing. Okay. Wheat, grain, fire, match, thatch, tea. No. Grain, wheat, grain, fire, higher, hatch. I don't know what this one would be. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. I'm here. We are going to call it a day. And this one, because I can't think of what the grain and the match and the I think it would be called Plashal Inn of the Dead Jesus Christ. 12 dead end rooms. Listen, I tried my best. Alrighty. I think we're gonna work on a little bit of like trailer stuff. Video editing thing. My lore video. And then we'll maybe do some art. And then we'll maybe watch some TikToks if people want to watch TikToks. Let me add the babies. Let me add the babies if they want to watch TikToks. Kiwi next. Tonight. I'm down for TikToks? Okay. I just added you, so perfect timing. I just want to see if Vex wants to. If you want to send me yours, you can. You send it to me now if you want. If you want, we can have pre-woaded. Oh, my neck. Hello, Sheppy. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I want to check like my preferences in DaVinci. I have to check something on DaVinci. I'm gonna hang out and testing my GPU with some Megabonk. Fair. Hope Megabonk's good. Hope you're having fun with Megabonk. I'm good. Once again, why are you in the hospital again, Pookie? What are you doing? So the 18th, it was the 18th, so these ones can move here. Too much. Why Hobbitol? I need to put these in the Discord. I just located my knee. Whoa! That's spooky. And then upload emoji. This one. Done. This one. Milk cat. Milk Moira. Hold on. 2, 3. I just said the this out. Oh, I hope it worked. The folder there said I hope it worked. Yeah. I'd like to do TikToks. You know, I'm down for it. I just want to make sure you guys are in the mood for it too. Let's stream emotes. You just really like hospital food? Ew, no. Goofs. Goofy goobers. Alright. I also got emote bases. I converted that already. I'm gonna put this on the font stuff. My font. I might make a font differently. Don't need this. Don't need this. Art. 3D art throw redeems Buster. This one. I'd be surprised if I sent the same thing as anyone. Fair? Wait, you'd be surprised if there were doubles, you mean? I'm just gonna put that there for now. There's too much stuff in here. That one can stay. Yeah, these can stay. Those are fine. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good now. That's fair. That's fair. I guess we'll find out. I won't click on my messages just yet. Okay. Because we're gonna do other things. Other stuff and things. This one. And I think I already put it in Lane 3.0. Did I not? Did I put it in the lore thing already? I might have. Lore V4. I didn't. I don't know where it is. I have to go into my DMs with Andrea. Oh. Jesus has link. There you go. Anyway, I wanted to say have a good stream, Elaine. Sorry for not being able to stay for long. You were totally good. I appreciate you being here and being able to stop by, even if you're poo-poo. Wait, is there a new set for the milk beans? No. Not till January 1st. But if you come and visit me next Wednesday on the 31st, you will get a special hat. A special hat you will get. I guess I could write that down in the thing. Okay, no, I'll write that down next week. Because I don't want... Oh, I did have it. I do have it. I just didn't see it because it's in a zip file. Okay, how do I import this now? Import. Also, Streak, thank you for the streak. I appreciate you showing that to me. I don't know how to import this. Wait, do I just... Wait, did I not need to... What? Whoa. Whoa. Just this one. I don't know. Okay, but have a good stream. Bye. Have a good time, Hot Bill. Have a good time, Hot Bill. V-Star. I already rendered all these, which I'm very proud about. I guess I should prepare the next videos that I'm doing for next week, actually. I don't think I have a video for Sunday or Monday this time. No, I do have a video for Sunday. Thank you. Wow. I was given a little pita snack. So I think it's in edits. And we liked version 2, I'm pretty sure. Yes, okay. Select cover. That's the cover. It deserves one. And then I'll put a heart. Don't mind that I can't spell, definitely. And then I have to add these over here so that way I can get it for the YouTube. For the YouTube. This one doesn't need that, doesn't need that. maincoow 2025. Or we can just do 25 Twitch recap, I think. And I want this one to be here, I think. See if like posting it sooner be better. Oh. This is a reel. And then the Tuesday video. Oops, not this one. I haven't been hiding those. Hide. And then edit by network. Oh, I can't spell. This one. Except just in case. Then I'd like to make sure, yeah, looks like it. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure my videos are posting the way I want them to. I think it'll be okay for these ones, and then these ones I just want to change the hashtags. Oops. Cancel this one. Edit content. Boop. So in my hand. Boop. I'll make sure I get the right at for TikTok. That way YouTube they do. I'll take another buff. Where is it? Here it is. Edit. This one, delete. Sick of giving, so sick of giving you up. Alrighty, and then this one, and then this one will be why doesn't it have I been uploading them wrong? Oop, wrong way. I'll leave the house without. Might have been doing it wrong. Nope, I'm doing it right. What? Okie dokie. And then take this one, make it this one. We see 65, I think. Uh-huh. And then schedule. I gotta make sure it's just. And then what's next? Next is scheduling these. I guess I could do like, instead on like Twitter, I could do like, go check out my latest like episode. I guess I could do that. Because for video content, it's a bit different because Twitter can't use its AI stuff for it. Add a video. Let me do, did you know? And this will be 30, this one. It should only be the 3. And then we need... Boop. Cadabra. And you know, New Year's resolutions. Did you know? And then the tags. Does not allow. This should be a reel. And then this will be a short. We can schedule them. Oh, I didn't want to schedule them together though. Oh fuck. Well, I'll fix it. Cancel. That's not what I want to do. TikTok. Best time here. YouTube. Best time here. Oh. Yeah, I forgot how to do this. Huh. I wonder if it, no. The Vinky, how to import DRA. Oh. And then I go stream. Lore. This one. This one open? Hmm. Boop. Boop. I download the right thing? Download? I don't know if I downloaded the right thing. Maybe I downloaded the wrong thing. Boop, 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 boop. Save. Okay, and then Thursday, let's do here. Thursday, add video from computer, video editing these stars, from Compotion. Let me hide all of these. That way I can just get the latest one. V stars, episode 41, Pumpkin Potion. Oops. Boop, boop. Need for the hip haps. Over here, gotta do this. Edit. And then no pumpkin potion. Okay, mine are all sent. Thank you, Kiwi. It'll be a little bit till we watch them, but we will watch them. Because there are some things I would like to do. Pumpkin potion. Edit content. I don't know what pumpkin potions are. I appreciate you. I want their TikTok. They have the Instagram. Can't wait for the debut video. Same. Same. Follow. Let's do this one. This one. Edit. Pumpkin potion. This one. Pumpkin potion. This is, what number is this? 41. Okay, so I was right. Oh, no, you're with your regrets, and that's all your fault. No, it. That'd be stars, so that one's good. And then I need the at from here. Edit. And that. Oh. At. Did I let you leave? And their thing is pump. Nope. Their at is this, and I did it wrong. Okay, that one's all good. These ones should have the same. And I'll take this one. Boop. Boop. Schedule. So that'll be good for now. And then the next one's all scheduled next Thursday. And then making sure 2025 recap edits. Template. Okay. Let's see, downloads. Did it not download? Oh, okay. It is loading. Okay, cool. Let's go to Insta. Insta I will put here along with Blue Sky and Twiba. And the TikTok. Say 5. This one, I think. And I think this is the best time for YouTube. It is. Okay, cool. Wahoo! Okay, and then let's go here. That's the wrong one. Let's go here. Let's go import project. Okay, we can't do that. Interesting. Okay. Let's try to extract it then. 7-zip. Extract. Okay, now I have that. Now I do this. Restore project archive. Let's go to download. Open. Okay, I got it. Cool. Out of your hot table. Oh my god, I don't want to look at it like that. That looks very scary. Here we go, and then what happened here? Why can't I see this? What's happening? Why can't I see it? What's happening here? Why? Why is it broken? What did I break? Love you to comment. What is broken? Okay, I don't think we need this track now. Or delete track. Oops, DaVinci Resolve. I want to look at text animations really quick. Text animation tutorial. I want. Rainbow the sequence. Dribble. Sounds like I have to buy it. Oops. Akazaria, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to figure out text animations. I hope you are good with hanging out. I hope you're having happy holidays. Thank you for the wellness check. My eyeball. My ball. I have an idea. Hold on, I gotta go back. Let's go back to the last one. Hold on. I have an idea. Ugh. Okay. Happy holidays! I hope you are doing well. Okay. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it anyway. Boop, boop. Okay, so hold on. I'll give you an idea. Also, I have it bookmarked the type of style that I want. Don't look at that. Don't look at these. Oh, look at this, though. Look at this. Star, this reminded me of you, and I saved it. And also because it's my aesthetic as well. These reminded me of you. Especially this one. They're just... It reminded me, I think, because your Minecraft house has, like, this kind of thing in it. And it's like, oh. Reminds me of Star. Also, I love these chibis. Maybe I'll try to draw something like this on Procreate today. I don't know. This. It's like how they did this bottom half. Also, I realize you guys can't see what I'm putting out because I don't have my things on. There we go. It's like these things. Save those star tiles for reference too. Yay! Yeah, it's got okay. Okay, let's just do hush little one. Wait. 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 Brain is braining. Okay, hold on. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Just wait. Good line direction. Liquid smooth. Touch me too. Okay, so left. Yes, I have an idea. I'm having an idea. Tracking, and then here, I want it to be 1. Yeah? Maybe a song request. Okay, that's too slow. Where are the thingies? Where can I see the keyframes for this? You can't see when I'm making a very angry face. Okay, then let's do it this one. Make it 1. Okay. Yo, what's up, Oso? Maybe I do need to do it this way. Hold on. Let's make it... Okay, I have an idea. Let's make it white. Let's make... not an outline. Shadow, maybe? I kind of like this. Okay, yeah, that's work. Hey, Moo, Merry Late Christmas. Merry Late Christmas, Lude. Hope you're doing well. How's the work going? Good. I just started on messing with some stuff, so I haven't really been working for that long. We mostly just played, we've mostly just been playing, Blueprints today. I like this font. I think we might stick with this font. Okay, if that's the case, this can come here, and I think this can come off. No, it cannot. I am a little bit of a liar. I like that kind of like, and then I want, I think I need enough egg. Let's do a cross dissolve here. I really wish I could see the keyframes for this. Is that in here? Could I see the keyframes for that in here? No, I can just get intimidated by whatever the fuck that is. Cool. Let's do this one. This one. This little one. And then maybe here, then we can do 1. I've been grinding a shit ton of Monster Hunter Fair. Why didn't the cross dissolve? Cross dissolve. What? Oh, wait. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong again. I want it to... No. Went from playing 1 almost 3 weeks ago. Went to playing 1 to now playing... Oh! Over level 100. Very nice. Very nice. Very cool. Okay, so... here is where I want it to be at 1. This one I can remove, so let's try that. Okay. Okay, but how does that look like in the broad spectrum though? Is that how it looks in here? I also found the armor has a braid, oh, that's cute. What monster does it come from? Okay, so how does that look? Like very close to how I think I want it. Can I edit the fusion? Arkveld? Ooh. Ooh. Very cool. Can I look at the curvy for this guy? Can I look at the spline for him? Character spacing, it's this one. I want this one to be smooth. Can you be smooth? Ooh, that's not what I want. There we go. How does that look? Back. The fuck? Okay, just go back. Do I like that? Well, high rank is Guardian Arkveld. Is the high Guardian Arkveld is the high. Oh, that's cool. I haven't gotten that far in Monster Hunter, to be honest. I think I like that. I think that looks good. I think I need to try it on a second one. I'm confused. I want to know one more thing though. Type, point, circle, path. Point, circle, path, rotation. Rotation? Whoa. What if? Rotation, X, Y, Z, X, Z, Y. Oh, background, transform. Transfer character, words, lines, character, spacing, offset, rotation. What if I did rotation? Oh, other idea. Okay, hold on. Boop. Transform, spacing, character, pivot, rotation, transform. This one. Oop. So this one, and then this one. I want it to be this way a little bit. Nope, wrong way. 0, 4. Not enough. Like 12. Maybe I need to make it a little bit longer. One, and then this one comes off. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, this is Monster Hunter Wilds. My friend is trying to get me to where I can fight G rank. Then we're going to Rise and then World. That's pretty fun because then you're going through it like in succession. So that way, like, you know, it's a bit more fun because you know what happened in the previous game. I'd like to say. Start and I want this to also be smooth. Okay, how's that look? I'm not mad about it. So can I duplicate the track? Copy. And then, oops. Nope. Oh, I said it a million times. Let me sing you. And then let's cut that. Or if I squish it. Let me sing you. Okay, so if I did them like that. So I couldn't get into the old Monster Hunters. It's probably because, like, old Monster Hunters, you really did want to just do them with friends, you know? Like, if you didn't have friends that wanted to do it, it's like, eh. Let me sing you to sleep. Sing you. I think I can remove these to sleep. And then to sleep. And then we'll bring it down a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit over. No one let me sing you to sleep. Moonlight has come, now drift off to a dream. Yeah, it's gonna have to be like this. No drift. Okay, so here, and then goes here. Actually, goes here. And then we can cross dissolve it out, I think. Cross dissolve. I think it can come a little bit more. I think maybe here. A little bit too slow. I think that's fine. Okay. So this is for set 1 or text 1, which I'm going to use purple. Purple. What are you working on? I'm working on my lore video. My new lore video for when I re-debut in March. Let me sing you to sleep. Okay, and then this has got to come here, and then this has got to come here, and then these three will all have the same cross dissolve. Boop. Boop. Let me sing. Okay. Ooh, I can't wait. Neither can I. Like this. I wanted to have enough, like, breathing room between each phrase. Maybe instead of the tilde, I'll do period. Okay, and then now I can see where it should sit. I don't know if I like the wood. I'm just curious. Title shading. If I turn this off. And I did it by line. If it's solid. That doesn't change anything transparent. So good. She to the world. made it black though. I wanted to have like a blur effect as well, not only use curve transition cross dissolve. Can I do a Gaussian blur? Blur dissolve? Oof, not that one. Blur dissolve, horizontal strength, a lot less. Why? Why is it so strong? Let's make it in and out. Maybe like even less. I like that. I like that one a lot more. Create transition preset. Text transition. Oh, and then I have the shading this one. I'm gonna make it black. I'm gonna make it by line. Little one, let me sing you to sleep. Okay, that actually kind of helps because it shows where it sits. Oop. Let me in there. Let me sing you. And then this one, lower transition text. Did I cross the line? Let's do by line. Little one, let me sing you to sleep. Perfect. And then let's get this down here. A little bit more up. Moonlight has come, so drift off. Okay, cool. I think I can remove all these extra ones, I think. Because I don't think I'll be using them the same way. I to assume. Let's see. Light has come. This one has to start here. Hello, Budbee! Happy post-Christmas! Happy holidays! Hope you had a good day yesterday. No drift off. No drift off. No drift off. Night has come, now drift off. Now drift off. Moonlight has come, now drift off. Twitter. I don't. Can I scoot the text? Shading. I was alone. Ha. 도진 하 계속해. Ooh, can I align him to the left then? Left? Tab spacing. Okay, I think we have to do it by the shading, which is fine. I think. There we go. If I do that transform, offset X. I'll drift off to a dream. To a dream. And we can bring this back and then bring that there, I think. Because I think I'm on the left side at the end. Hi, Shy. How are you? Happy holidays. I hope you're doing well. Moonlight has come. Now drift off to a dream. Oh, to a dream is over here. Drift off. If it's like this, now drift off to a dream. How does that look? I think that's not bad. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a great one. My hands are cold. Drift off to a dream. And then sail from the days to the wonders. Okay, and then boop. I hope you got some awesome Christmas presents, or at the very least that you're having some awesome food and hanging out with awesome friends. So away from the day to the wonders. Okay, so sail. Okay. Okay, I'm good. Brain is sail from the day. Maybe put this in like the center. The day to the wonders. Oh, we gotta bring this in a little bit more. A little bit more. From the day of the wonders. Ooh. Let me go there. Sail from the day of the one. Maybe like one over. Like a frame over, maybe. It's like right there. Oof. Is that day to the wonder? 2. That's where it sits. Day 2. I could add the word to day 2. And then the day 2. Okay, that is where sail comes from. One, 2, 3. Where do I change that? Size tracking. No. Size. Line spacing. That's the far left. Ah, there we go. Oh, interesting. You to sleep. Oh, night has come, so drift off to a dream. Sail from the day to the wonders. I think it has to be sail from the day. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So sail from the day. And this needs to go back to being left. Sail from the day. Like there, I think. Like there. From the day to the one. Maybe I do like this. Day to the wonders. Alright, and then we gotta take this guy. And then this one. Then here. To the wonders. If I could spell wonders. And then, okay, I'm back. What's uppies? Just doing some editing for my video, my lower video. Oh, wait. I think this one, so... Oh, goodness. I think this needs to start here, actually. Okay, so this needs to be here. To the wonders. Actually, this needs to go here. Let's remove that one. Whoop. Huh? Why is it not? What, why? Zoom. Position X and Y, so it should be this one. Maybe because the starting one actually needs to be lower. Oh, motherfucker. I don't know where to start that. Couldn't I just start it? Couldn't I just start it right here? And then this one can come... like there. What? 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 Oh, that doesn't do anything. Why is it doing that? Oh, I see. Okay, so I just need this one to come a little bit sooner. Okay, now this one. No! Hi, I missed you. Hi, Norman. Happy holidays. I hope you had a good Christmas. Hope you had a good Christmas. I don't understand why it's like not fluid here. Like right here, it's like, eh. It was just another day. Did you get any presents, though? Did you get any presents? Tell me if you got any presents. Where is this big goober? Is it because it needs to be... Boop. Nope. Oh, you... No, you know what? I don't like this. Nah, just another day. Well, I hope if that's what you're okay with, then I hope that, you know, that's the vibe for you. Not everybody celebrates the holidays, you know? Hmm. Hmm. No. Lane's having dilemmas. Maybe it needs both. Maybe this needs something else? I didn't do anything. What if I did it like this? To the wonders. Maybe we can go here and bring it in a little bit. It's like so abrupt. Maybe not. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe it needs to be this one. Okay. There we go. Okay. I like that. Okay, cool. Wonders waiting you out there in the deep. You out there in the deep. It'll be like this. The wonders waiting. Let's see. Awaiting you out there. Oops. Awaiting you out there. Oops, I don't need this. Oops. Or this. Or this, I think. Wonders awaiting you out. What the heck? I didn't know you could change that. Oh my god. I know, right? Has problems. What's the problems? What's your Miata? What's your Miata? You out there. Waiting you out there. Yeah, that's where this comes in. Nope. Tracking size, tab spacing. Nope. Okay. Okay, so offset here. Shading. Do I read a silly romance book or get in bed and eat chips and play Graveyard Keeper or other games? What does your heart desire? What does your heart desire? Waiting you out there in the deep. And this one. This one. Let's take this one though. And then the deep. Everything and nothing at all the same time. Which one did you come up with first? Okay, what if we did this a little bit further out? It's possible, but it'd have to be faster. 1, 2, 3. I gotta have to be like here, I think. Ooh, I don't think that works that way. Like there. Yeah! Because everything hurts my mortal mind. Fair, but whoa. What did you pick? What did you think of first? It helps if we figure that out. And then we can decide, you know? Sail from the days to the wonder, waiting you out there in the deep. Off, little one. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. You know. Okay. This one goes till like here, I think. Oops. Let's use off, little one. And then go here. Chase the wind on the sails. Adventure is calling. Let's see, off, little one. Chase the... Not chase the wind. Chase the wind. Chase the wind on the waves. On the waves. On the waves. And the one chase the wind on the waves. I want it to be like here, so I want this one to be like here. And the one chase the wind on the waves. Adventure. Adventure is calling. So go. So So go and be brave. And this is another one where I might make this shorter. This one a little longer. And be brave. Be brave. 1, 2, 3. So go and 1, 2, and games, I think, then do the games one. Off one, chase the wind. On the waves. Adventure. Let's see. Adventure is calling. Wait, what? What have I done? Wind on. Okay. Wind on the waves. Adventure. Let me bring this down one more. Adventure is calling. Adventure is calling. So then we go here. And we go here. Adventure is calling. Nope, not this one. Calling. So go. So go and be brave. Wait, does that look okay? Adventure is calling. I don't think so. Adventure. What's that one? Adventure is calling. I think I might switch these two. Chase the wind on the waves. Adventure is calling. So go and be brave. Adventure is calling. So go and be brave. So go and be brave. Oh wait, that's not how I... This can be extended a little bit more, actually. Yeah. What if I extended it here? Would that be a problem? Yes. You get lost in the... Games are so hard, though, because I want to play games, but I don't want to play games and would watch YouTube, but no one would read, but I'll fall asleep and I want to fall asleep because I want to wake up. I don't want to wake up for work tomorrow. Pookie, you gotta pick one thing. You just gotta pick one and do it. That's all. That's the biggest thing. If you're having a hard time picking, you just gotta pick whichever one sounds the best and just do it. Because otherwise, you're just gonna be beating yourself for the next 3 hours, and then you're gonna be sad because you stayed up too late beating yourself up. So that's my advice. You just gotta pick one, whichever one your gut feels good about, and then do that one, and then just go eat. Just go eat. If you're tired, just go to sleep. Down the waves. Chase the wind. Chase. Because it's not good for you to just be like beating yourself up on what you do and don't want to do. Because then you just waste time beating yourself up. Adventure is calling. Transform. It's not Adventure is calling? Nope, it's not. Transform. Facts. So go and be brave. I think I'll go play games in bed. Fuck yeah. But if you get lost. Ooh. Ooh. I'll keep you in the background. I appreciate you. It's gotta just be right here. I get lost. But if you get lost. But if you get lost. And then transform. Let's add this, offset it. Get lost as your toast. Here as your toast. If you get lost as you're tossed. As your toast. In the dark of the sea. Oops. Of the sea. There we go. Toast in the dark. Oh. In the dark. In the dark. Of the sea. Okay, there we go. Toast in the dark. Toast. So it would be like, get lost, you toast in the dark of the sea. Look for me. Has to be a little bit sooner. A little bit later. For me. Actually, sooner. Paste. I will weather a storm standing by. Look for me. Right here. Would the one that I made here earlier be better? Look. Oh my god. Oops. 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 Look for me. Boop. 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 Oh, Jesus Christ, that was fast. Weather the storm. Actually, not that guy. I will. Let's see. I will. I will wait. Will wait at the shore for you. At the shore, and then for you. And then boop boop. I will wait at the shore for you. For you, Jesus Christ. I will wait at the shore. I will wait for you. I will wait at the shore for you. I will. The door got knocked and it spooked me. Weather each storm. Let's see if you weather each storm. And then standing by till safe you return. Safe you return. And then from the night. Perfect. And then we go here. I will weather each storm. Standing by till safe you return. Wait. I will weather each storm. Standing by till safe you return. And from the... Okay, this is from the night. Okay, there we go. I will weather each storm. Weather each storm. Standing by till safe from the night. Will weather each... Ooh, this needs to happen sooner. Will weather each storm, standing by till safe you return from the night. Okay, wait, but like, should this one be over here? Yes, I think so. And safe you return from the night should be on the right side. I will weather each storm, standing by. Safe you return from the night. Oh. Oh. Well, maybe this should be as long as this then. Okay, so maybe we put something in the center here. My love is a lighthouse. And then we do it at center. And then we center it. So it's like maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. How much more do I have? Like, I'm like almost done with this, and then we'll watch TikTok. Yeah. So I'll take it edible. And then I'll keep editing, and then we'll watch TikToks. I don't think I want that one. I think I want this one. So, darling. Make it shorter. Those here. My darling. Oops. Look for the love. And scoot. And then we put it here. Look for... Ooh. Let's do 2 of them. One here, and then... Look for... Happy belated Christmas, Radian! Hope you had a wonderful one. Hope you got a bunch of nice presents. We did. What did I do here? I have fucked this up. I did. How are you doing? I hope we're having a merry, merry holiday with you, the lady, and the pets. Lots of love to you, homie. Right. I think I want to put this here and then kind of break out of the darkness. Oh. Oop. Hi, Andrea. Now I can watch Twitch easier since I don't like watching on my PC. Now I can watch. I got myself a new iPad. We got a DJ iPad. I also got an iPad. Hello, Andrea. How are you? Merry holidays. Merry holidays. Wait. that look good? Yeah. I just woke up an hour and a half ago. I hope you slept well. Okay. It's just right here, so go. Ooh, a little bit sooner than that. So where do we want to put this? I will do this one here. And so then I want this to fade out here, I think. Has a new mice other than being light. It's pretty good. I'm like still getting used to it, but it's pretty good. I think it's gotten more comfortable as the more I've used it. I think before I was like, I didn't know how to feel about it, but I think I like it. I like it. I think there's less wrist strain. I feel like there's less wrist strain. Will wait. I will wait. I think this can be in the corner now with the timing. Let me see. I will wait at the shore. Wait at the shore for you. I don't like where that sits. Maybe we do it like this. I will wait at the shore. I think I like that more. For you. For you. Boop. Boop. Maybe bring this one down just a little bit. I will wait. I think this music comes out a little bit later. No, it's better. Then I will weather each storm. Weather each storm. I'll give it. Standing by till. Standing by till safe you return. And then I gotta see where these sit. Standing by till. Safe. Hold on. I need this one to come sooner. Save starts here. Okay, and then there's where from the night starts. It's like right here. From the night. I'm saying by till it's a little bit low. Oh shit, where did I do that? This is one? Yep. Wrong one. I think that could fade slower. And then, so maybe we can leave that one here. Fade that then. Is this a little, this might be a little premature. So I'm gonna bring that down a little bit more. Okay. Now it's too late. Okay, what the fuck? It's gotta end here. I think I want this one. And then settings, this one. Ooh. This one, this one. Not you, bro. Hello, Fruit Bat. Welcome on, Yan. I think it could be rotated. Rotation angle. Actually.
Merry late Christmas.
Oh, Merry late Christmas. Thank you for subbing for tier 2 for 7 months. I appreciate you very, 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 very much. I hope you're having a wonderful holiday. A wonderful day. And I hope you're excited for the weekend. Okay, I like that, but now I gotta do an effect on it, which is a color compressor. Color. This is an effect. Color compressor on here. For saturation. Okay, there we go. And then I would like to video transitions cross dissolve. I guess I want to have this happen here. Yeah. So I want to add a track because I want that video, which I don't know where the fuck I put it. It would be in stream overlays, question mark? Yes, it would be. This is the raw. Hello, V. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I need to create a new compound clip, create a new compound clip, create. Get up there. Get up there. Apply. And then can I have this? No, okay. Oh, wait. Apply. Oh, what the fuck? Retain. Nope. Okie dokie, I have to resize this. Should be 0 and 0. Apply. And then no cropping. And this one starts here and ends at 0, 0. Okay, and then I want a cross dissolve. Except I can't do it like that, so let's do it like ooh. Like that here. Like that, like that. It's gotta be like really short though. Actually, what if it was like that? Ooh. Oh, actually this is the wrong one. I want this at the end. Okay, we could do it this way then. Opacity 0. Opacity 100. Oops. There you go. Okay. Okay, and then go up. Back this one. This one, this one. Let's not do plugins. Actually, you know what? Oop. Let's do this one. Let's take that. Remove the color compressor. I think that actually looks really good. Let's delete empty tracks and see how it looks. And then we'll watch some TikToks. This comes so drift off to a dream. Hail from the day of the wonders. Putting you out there. Yeah. Pog, let's fucking go, dude. Let's make this purple. Why didn't I change this color? Purple. Change track color to purple. Oh, let's change the track color, change the flip color. Maybe not. Maybe I fucked that up in this one. Change color to purple. Purple. Change track color to the purple. Change track color to purple. Change track color to purple. Purple. Okay, cool. And then track color pink. See, that one works. I think I did it. For now, I will look at it again later. Might also send it to Adwaya to have approval or any final composition changes. Days. Okie dokie. Who wants to watch some TikToks? That's it. Hey, go just Teddy. Teddy. There we go. Is there anything else I want to do? I don't think so. I think I think that's everything. So let me save. And then let me look at the Debua. Okie dokie. And then okay. Nova sent us a video. Live 2DD. Oh, this is the optimizer. Yes, we saw the optimizer. Oh my god, that was loud as fuck. I'm sorry. The next video we're gonna hear is loud as fuck. Oh my god, fish with shoes. Okay, wait, let me pause this. Okay. Fish with shoes. Is this a stuffed animal? Is that a stuffed? No, that's a stuffed fish, isn't it? My cat has one. Horse. I like this one. I like this one. He's so round. He's so round. Okay, Boffy sent us one. It's so cute. It takes courage. Stomach. Oh no. If only I used real calendar. I just used a reusable acrylic one. Mm. Oh. That's very sweet. Can I repost this? I can. Reposted. Reposted. Happy holiday. Happy holidays. I'll do that. This one. And now we're gonna do... Do you guys have a preference? Kiwi, Vex, do you have a preference on who goes first? I know because sometimes you guys want to go bed early, so I don't wanna be like picking. I've got her sister an abandoned mattress. What does that mean? What abandoned mattress? What the fuck is this? What do you mean? This looks weird as fuck. The fuck? They look so sad. Those poor mattresses. Those poor mattresses. Ew. That's probably blood. I don't really... Okay, well, we'll start with yours then, Kiwi, because I think we've ended on yours quite a bit the last few times. Okay. My cat is always growling and hissing at the neighbor's cat through the window. Today I slid the door open to see what would happen. He's like, help! Help, Mom! My orange cat is always playing pranks on the dog and bullying him. Today the dog saw the chance and finally got revenge. I'm down for randomness. That poor kitty cat. Damn. Damn. Damn, he got beat the fuck up. It's like worth it. Oh. The cat was like, dude, what the fuck? You asshole, I had that. Oh, come on. he keep flopping. In case no, he's not allowed to go, so every day I have to race him to close the window. Oh, Jesus Christ. She's like, what? She's like, wait, you're here also. Oh, gods, look at Lori. She dropped her tail. Yeah, it's pretty... Oh, yeah, I read this one. The body's mortal and your tail just drops right off. Total... Oh, no, poor Lori. Something terrible must have happened. Heart really high and had a panic attack. Mm-hmm. There's your baby. Little guy. Look at them wrestling. So cute. The pandas are so cute, though. Oh. I have kids. Damn. I guess you fucked with the wrong mama, man. Boots with the fur. Why is the screen shaking? DM, can we please play normal campaign for us? My multi-class bard necromancer that I thought would be funny. Mood. Low key could see Biff doing this. Low key. Not gonna lie. Because I had Raised Dead for a little bit. Top 2 on said diabetes. Diabetes. I got that one on my For You page. Oh, God. True. True. Mm-hmm. He did it to so many cars. I do like taking icicles off my dad's car. A chopper. Oh, my hands are so cold. He just walking. Hello, Orwell. Welcome on in. It's very smooth animation. I like it a lot. That's gonna be the chopper filler? Fuck yeah. Makes sense. Whoa. That's cool as fuck. Hoi 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 hoi. Bah. Mm-hmm. I asked my middle school students this question. What do you think people 30 years and older want for Christmas? Okay. Socks. Husband retirement money. A raise and $10,000. Alone time from their kids. Fair. Healthy needs. Gas money or retinol. A wheel. Damn. No tax. No taxes, no bag. That's been very good. Hearing aids. Damn. Antidepressants. They can't. Life support. What the fuck? Alcohol. Fair. Hair, wife, truck, beer, clothes, no kids, no taxes, peace. Fair. Hair growth, oil. They right though. They are right for a lot of these. A lobotomy. For Christmas. Money because they broke. Damn. A nursing home. Jesus. A lover. I can't read this. To be young again. Medication. Health insurance. Life support. Jesus. No RAM? This is mad. I know. Kindergartners know what's up. Ram Ranch. Can it be a 1080? I like that. Next year's gonna be 2026. That one's good. Yeah. I got a 1660 super in mind. Fair. Fuamoko, heal me. Tis the tism, my lord. Okay, bye. Some people win contests, others become true. This is how I feel with Europapa. You know, it's a legend. He didn't win, but it's still a fucking legendary song. I'm so fucking glad they kept that in the show. They literally kept, like, basically line for line. Oh, it's so sweet. Damn, I know. When you praise your work, that's really good. Me, mood. That's how I feel when you do that to me, chat. When you guys are like, Elaine, you're doing such a good job. I go, you really? Oh, hello. I think you got it, my face. Thanks. Bye. Are these piggies? Are these piggies? It must be so cold for the piggies. Wouldn't it be too cold? What do pigs do in winter? I love pigs. Look at them. Little piggy. Not they thick. It's because you're very skin. Oh, thank you. Oh. But they have thick skin so they can't feel the cold as much? They could get cold, though. It's a little cow. What's a little Christmas hat? Little cow, little Christmas hat. Hold on, wait. I need this. We need to save. I need to remember to save some of these, like, pictures for Vibe and Shine. Okay, this is good. We're good. Thank you for the lurk. The Republican. Bruh. I didn't like that. Thank you. Oh. Me. Mom and dad don't communicate and I can't. Ooh. Wait, I want to save. I want to save this piggy. Save the piggy. Okay. Finally, a trend I can hop on. It's always this. Ow. I tried to extend my elbow. It hurt. Binding Riser card? The tower. Oh my god. Literally in my face. That was fucking scripted. That was so scripted though. Me. Yeah, Kiwi. I saw these. Oh, the music got. Oh no, it doesn't have music. I love this though. It was cool. This was Luna Snow. I like that one. They did another one, didn't they? Yeah, Flambe as I saw one where they did the Mighty Nine like lines in the dispatch game mode, and it's cool too. It was cool. Did they do anyone else? Oh yeah, they did Malevola, but I don't know who she replaces. I want to watch this anime. She's so cool. When you accidentally take out your setting spray instead of pepper spray. It's good anime. I'm gonna try to make my wife watch it. Fair. Fair. Wishing I had the same vibes at the... Wait. Ghost of VOD. Yeah, she's vibing. Never seen a Christmas tree like this before. I've seen a Christmas tree like this before. I saw this. I've seen this video. I like this video very much. Yep. And then it's drawn. Yep. Just checking to see. It's just checking if you're taking... Wait, what? Sorry, I can't read that. If you're talking nice to yourself. I didn't think I read pretty good today. My husband told me to come outside because he had an early Christmas present for me. I hope it's a pig. Is it a kitty cat? It's a kitty cat. Oh my god, it's a kitten. Save image. He's a little ugly, but he's very cute. Oh, he's so fluffy. He's just a little baby. He's just a little baby. What is more random than Santa versus Carly wrestling in the parking lot of a Mexican restaurant? I feel like that's not that random. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like that's not that random. I feel like, you know, Krampus and Santa probably set this up to make a little side cash, you know? I truly hope in the bottom of my heart that you get every single hot dog you could ever ask for this holiday season. I know how much you love hot dogs, and let me tell you. Thanks, Kiwi. I mean, I feel like there are things I like more than hot dogs, but having as many hot dogs as I desire would be pretty cool. That lady is gone. I almost missed TikTok. You're fine. We haven't watched yours yet. We started with Kiwis first. I do like thick pancakes. Like cakey pancakes. You'd make a good conspiracy theorist. Thank you. I think I would too. But I have to have the right brain cell for it. Thick pancakes, thick pancakes, thick pancakes, thick pancakes. Okay, I don't want to listen to this anymore. This is my reaction to that. This is straight up my face when I heard it. I was 25 and all my friends are in their 70s. I'm 35. I'm 35. I'm fine with my age. When someone tells you they started watching One Piece because of you, it's true. Ooh, baby, turn the lights off. Milan. Isn't it Milan? Well, it's not Milan, like he said for sure. That's not how I felt. There's an I in that word. It's called self-awareness, dude. That's all. People just need more self-awareness, man. It's called self-awareness. Always be Batman. Piggy! Penny the piggy. Penny the piggy. Penny the piggy. I'm fucking so many images from Vibe and Shine now that I remember. I've seen this. Ooh, fair. I will get hot chocolate later. These are all real mousing at work. That's funny. Did you see the end frame? Which one? On this one? Wait, in which one? This one? I became flat Squidward. Oh, I love this TikTok. Say go. He just fucking straight up bit the branch. I want to eat it. I don't think cinnamon... I don't. It's a coconut tree. Ooh. Oh, cinnamon sticks. Cinnamon sticks are nice. I'm going to skip this if it breaks the fourth, if it breaks it. I don't like it when the curtain's being pulled behind my eyes. Get off of me. Tears giving side eye, he was. That's That's fair. I was gonna say he sounds like Elmo, but I didn't know it was Elmo. So we rock goes rock. I watched this. This is really cool. You guys should watch this video. I don't want to watch it again because I've watched it twice already. Once on my own and then once with Pixels. This is a really cool animation trick. And if you guys like animation, you should watch it. I wasn't looking. My laptop has like a jet engine. You could put it on silent mode. If it's not doing something hefty, you can always put it on silent mode. There should be like things where you can change the mode. Mood? God, nose ring. Ew. He's thinking about the water. He's looking at it. Is that mood too loud? Too high pitched, man? That's fucked up. Don't do that. Oh. Oh. How do you get up there? Nom, nom, nom. I'm pissing her off. Hi, Moon. The fourth option. I love this guy. Righteous Robot is so cool. Oh, yeah. And then he makes a helmet for the camera. I love whimsy. I don't know why we're watching cows, but I love it. It's TikTok Fridays. Friday, chat sends us TikTok videos and we hang out and we watch them. It's cool. I like it. Jesus Christ. I like the one that shines like gold. This one. This one's very expensive. Huh, that's crazy. Oh, this one's pretty. New least favorite? No, that's fair. I don't like that one as much as like the purple one. Nothing is scarier than still water. Ew, what the fuck? Whoa. Oh, okay. Okay. God damn it. Day 9 of 21. No, it's scary. I've seen those. They're very... Oh, sleepy burb. That's a sleepy burb. He's so eepy. He's good. He won't go beb. He won't go beb. He's like, good night. He be a guy. Cute guy. Nan-inch nails. Red hot halal peppers. System of a Dawn. Bro. Same. Same, but different. Okay. Okay. Barbarian dragons shit gold. That's why their layers are filled with it. They don't collect it, they create it. Think about it. If you see dragons bringing sacks of gold, no, it's the whole cows. The time passes, then the time passes. And there's gold. No rockets. People bring the gold, though. It's people bringing the gold, typically. Green apple. I mean, actually, all peppers are halal because they have no meat. Fair. I don't think they like the apple. It's different. I keep reading, you freak. I like it. Stuffed peppers. Ooh. British short hair and an orange cat having kittens is like opening. Okay. It's a cute mom. Pretty mama. Oh. They just have a little strip. They have a. That's a very even strip. Yeah, they made Stray with the cat. I think one of the cats had behavioral problems though, so it was a little hard. But yes, Stray was mocapped with a real cat. Oh, I've seen this. It's actually very interesting. That's a Pokemon. Just a little bit. They didn't need to pour that whole ass thing, but okay. And then a drop of tequila. And they're just dead. Watch. They just disintegrate, bro. I think it's cool. I like Truck. He's a good boy. Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory Bear. I like that response. Miranitos. He's a little guy. He is kind of seal-like. He's just a big round boy. He's just a baby. A Tootsie Roll. He is a bit of a Tootsie Roll. A new drink is healthy, kills germs. A turkey leg. I don't know. I think Tootsie Roll. Pumpernickel loaf is very on brand. I think that he does kind of look like a pumpernickel loaf. A fudge brownie. A tank. I don't think he looks like a tank. Oh, the last one was very inaccurate. Crochet 90s, the giant beaded lizard. This looks like a lot of fucking work, my guy. I like the string, the fake string, like the beaded string they made. Make that into a ribbon. It's a hair accessory. It's very cute, though. I saw this. He's got so many bones. He's got a bone for his pudge. He has a bone for expansion. And he has a bone that, like, acts as, like, the floor. So when he pudges out, it actually squishes correctly. It's really cool. I feel like you don't really need this many bones, if I'm honest, to control this as well as they are. But you know what? It looks good, so do what you do, you know. I demand more bones. You got your wish, Vex. More bones. 30 foot of in-tune stores. So you're telling me they can make it to work? Yeah. You could technically make anything work as long as it's got bones. Not the bones for. Oh, this is so pretty. Is this gonna say poop? It's gonna be the prettiest poop. That is the prettiest poop. God damn. Is it gonna be another container? Please tell me it's gonna be another container. Yes, another one. Come on. Aw. That's fair. Getting his backstory was crazy, bro. Because like most of the slice of life of like a Spy X Family is pretty light, but then you get to like some of the backstory shit and it gets dark. That was a really good edit though. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Home now. It's crazy that they had to live through World War. The backstory stuff is closer to what the mangaka actually wanted to make. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. It's just going everywhere now. Oh, where'd the snow come from? The camera's gonna get sticky. Dance, we're falling apart to halftime. Dance, dance, as we all the lights. Sugar, we're going down swinging. The bullet. Man. One night. These are all just bangers, bro. They're all just bangers, man. Don't care what you think as long as it's about me. The best of us can find happiness in misery. Huh. You can hear his his exhale. Oh, he didn't like that one. Uh-huh. He's like, he didn't process that one. I love this guy's colors, though. This is fair. This song would. Yep, I could agree. What? She dumps like a truck. I'd agree with this. Okay. Is this toilet paper or paper towel rolls? What's happening? Oh! That one was good. I liked that one. That one made me happy. I can't wait to watch One Piece on Sunday. I can't wait. Can't wait to watch One Piece on Sunday. Ow. My bracelet just, like, pinched me. Alright, Vex's turn. I was thinking Doug Dimmadome. Nah, that was the One Piece guy. That was a chef from One Piece. Give. Wait, I don't remember what to say. Cute. Oh. He didn't want this, no. He didn't want it. That's okay. It's very cute. A alligator attack. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ferocious. Ferocious. His hand's gonna be all fucking slobbery now, bro. Uh-huh. Uh-uh. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I forgot the volume on. You're okay. Was it this one? The comment on this one? Or the comment on do you not see the teeth on that thing? You let it around your dog? So true. That's okay. This is fucking spooky. Jesus Christ, dude. That's fucking spooky. A Victorian child would think this is the depths of hell. So true. Huh? Cream soda ain't bad. Huh? Okay. Bro, it's still got 7... Wait, is that counting up? Does it have a timer? Where's the timer? 2018? 20... How old would you be if you were born in 2018? 19, 20, 21, 22. You'd be like... No, you'd be like 7, right? You'd be 7 at this point? Damn. Yeah, 7-year-olds were born in 20... That's crazy to think about. To be little baby. I'm afraid to do this. I'm really afraid. Is this gonna am I allowed to say the things in this video? Because I'll do it. I'll do it, Vex, but it better not make me say anything that's against TOS. I won't do it. Don't say that. It's true. Creepo, I must go. Good night. Disappeared in the cloud of a good night. Moon. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping in. We love you very much. They should all be good. Okay. Clock, 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 clock. Hat, 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 hat. I can't count with it. House, hat, grass, miles, hat, mouse. Miles, house, miles, miles, miles. There's a user out here trying to hurt my feelings. I don't think I said you the one with sticks in it. Fair. 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 That was very sneaky of X. What was that? Okay. Yeah, very geeky. I don't live in a house. Both of these videos are mildly disturbing. Give me my Wii. Frog, 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 dog, dog. Frog, 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 dog, 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 dog. Frog, frog, dog, dog, frog, frog, dog, dog. I'm scared. Frog, frog, dog, dog, frog, dog. Oh god. Cat, frog, cat, dog, cat, frog. Oh god. Dog, cat, frog, dog. Oh! Why are you like this, Vexed? Why are you like this? I trusted it. I went with it. I went with it. I went with it. I went with it. I was doing such a good job. I was doing such a good job. Okay. Normal. Blue Jay Call versus Blue Jay mimicking a red tail hawk. Should have known that. Listen, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, why would you do this to me? Ooh. God damn. Oh, he's trying. He's gonna try. Oh, oh. The LSE remake is about to be peak. Oh, fuck yeah. What's happening? Ooh! Wait, my swing, I've been working on it. He swung that baseball bat pretty good. My half man planned in a jar. What's happening? Whoa! Whoa! That's actually really cool. We have aircrafts in our Minecraft, but this does look cool. I can't say this that poor cow. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a whole ass plane. Friendly furnace. Oh, that's like creepy though. There's this one that makes it have you like have like a little robot friend. We have that one. There's one that's like it's a what is it? Like it's like a little robot buddy, and you can upgrade him to do for different things. I don't know what they said, but I liked it. Oh my god! I watched the Superman movie with my family, Blue, when they were here because they really liked it. It was a really good movie, and I would like to watch it with you, chat, if you would like some time to watch it, because it's a really good movie. I really liked it. It was really good. It's so peak, dude. Like, little center. It got wappy soppy. But yes, I would love to watch it with you guys sometime. Well, I'd 1000% be there. Fuck yeah. I'm kind of looking forward to Supergirl. Supergirl does look really interesting. I like the actress that they chose for her. And I like the dog. The dog was cool. Apparently, the dog is 100% CGI, which is really cool in my opinion. The gun doesn't jam. Oh, it's cool. You want to ride? I think I've seen this. Superman also has a super... He does? That's so cool. If we truly are a nation divided, then why are we clapping in unison during the... I've never seen this. I don't know what this is. Batman has bat cow. What do you mean bat cow? Batman and bat cow. What do you mean? What do you mean he literally has a cow? What do you mean he has a cow? It's so cute. I love it. Some horny chick was sucking my cock. Ew. Might be a Michigan in the fair. Wait, what was that? Why'd he hit his head? Seals are cool. The variety of seal I find very interesting. Same with otters. Like, sea otters versus river otters are very different. The Jeremy is in the screen like music in the character. Oh, fuck Michael. Kyle is the Kyle is the real. He's just giving you a real ass compliment, whereas like Michael's just being creepy. This is me and my friends. Individual people when they detect everyone else in the house is asleep, which means it's time to eat. Mood? That's how it was in my house growing up. It's like I felt hungry when everyone... What? What the fuck? Sub 3 faction trying to freedom max the wasteland? Ooh. Damn. No. No. It's clever that elves got pro you. Oh.
maincoow biggle.
Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 5 months, Shams. I appreciate you very much. Mwah. I hope you're having a happy holiday. I appreciate you very much. Mm-hmm. POV trying not to crash. Oh. A shotgun. It's a shotgun. A shotgun. Being trans femme and seeing girls you'll never be as pretty as. I'm gonna be real. Some trans femme women be prettier than normal women. And I don't know why. It's just some of them just are prettier. On God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, he's got such big eyes. Those are kind of scary, low-key. Okay, opens really fast. No. Oh. He just took the car freshener. That's fucked up. I like this picture though. I did that once with a 2-liter and had a flower-shaped bruise. Oh, that's fair. I guess that's kind of a cute bruise though. Oh, they're naked. Ew. Naked cats are weird. I saw these. I love her new model. It looks really cool and it's really unique. I like that she still kept the hi Gore. I like that she still kept like the cherry motifs though. So I thought that was really cool. I thought that was cool. I'm wondering who rigged it because I feel like also the pattern not moving is a chowder reference. I feel like and it was really cool. Oh, she literally just said that. Whoa. Whoa. Wait. The min. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Ooh. Ooh, it's so pretty. You take your toddler to his first British beach and you put a camera. Oh. That's so cute. That's so cute. What? It's so cute. This is so cute. Hello. I don't know what they're saying, but I relate. Oh. Ooh. Dude, that's fucking sick. Oh, that's so nice. Ooh. Ooh. Space. I can't wait till we reach this level in space, guys. It'll be so cool. It'll be so cool. Maybe spooky, but still cool. Someday. Someday we will be able to go to space and commune with space aliens and be friends with space aliens, and it'll be really cool. Shoot them. This is cool. Yes, Minecraft. I had an idea for something. Oh, I want to make railroad in the Minecraft server because we all live further apart now. It's okay because I love my job. I'm sorry, Pookies. It's okay. The bird pocket is a lemon pepper spice flamingo wings. No, not the flamingos. Is he blinking? Is he blinking? I live in some palace out in the middle of nowhere on the server. Okay, well, that's with the teleportation hub. But anybody else that lives within... So people who are outside of railroad distance, you could, like, visit via the teleportation hub. And then everything else can be within railroad distance. Or it can be a nice, really long railroad ride. Well, it's a good thing they're not at risk. I don't why was he blinking? I was more concerned about that. Literally stay for the highlight, you know. Dude, that shit's scary. There's a that reminds me of a game I want. Grandparents bulldozing through the nearest window while simultaneously crashing through the aquarium, the fine china, and the new TV with a full force. True. Titanfall was just as bad. Fair. Hello. Your nose holes bother me. I'm sorry. I looked into the nose holes and it spooked me. Apparently the music is part of the mod too. That's amazing. What are we watching now? Oh, this is about technology. I love technology. A silicon edit? That makes sense. I'm gonna be honest. The fact that this man wants me to learn something with a lisp as hard as he has, and the little brain cells that I am having is very, very hard. Okay, Kiwi. Come in the middle of a word. What the fuck? He made me. I think I have brain damage. It's friends we made along the way. I would believe that one. Oh yeah, the Mega Man game. Damn. God, I remember when Ace Combat Sub went insane about the Ace Combat 8 announcement. Fair, I believe that. Arguing with me is pointless. The sky is green as long as it pisses you off. Fair. This is how I feel with my best friend. The few, the proud, the Marines. IES! Let's go! Let's go. I like this VTuber's voice. I've gotten them on my FYP a lot. It's so cute. So cute. Bro chose the wrong dialogue. What? Do it. You woodcock, I dick, we are silly. Yes, I wanna be a dick, bro. They're such cute little guys. They're such cute little animals. Oh, we just VPP's vexed. It's so cute. I remember watching that episode and how much trouble he got in because they live in like at that time it was like it was such like a like westernized America where he lives like it lives in like a country like Texas or whatever. I think he did live in Texas. I think that was in Texas. And he got in so much trouble. Monkey. Space. When you're taking the trash out at night, but the song starts playing, so you know your ass is about to receive the full. Whoa. 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 I love Bender. Large guy. The water. Grabble. Huh, not right now. When an officer catches me, just to throw him off the overpass. And a meth, that's crazy. Dead meat is so goated. Wait, what's dead meat? When I hear someone laugh a few lanes down from me at a bowling alley. Don't worry, twin. They pigeon, you booby bird. I like their boo little feet, so I'm honored to be the booby bird. I like being the booby bird. Dude, I've always wanted to do this. This looks so fun. That didn't look fun. Oh. Schmack. They're a horror movie YouTube channel that. Oh, okay. Listen, the only meat I know is Meat Canyon, Meaty Magic, and Papa Meat. Okay. I will look up dead meat though, because that actually sounds really cool. Dead meat. Dead meat. Let me see this. Celebrate everything awful about horror. Ooh. I have something more to watch in the background. Very unhappy. I found a baby panther. Oh my goodness. Oh, poor thing. Oh. Oh, so upsetty. He's so stubby. Oh. That would hurt. That probably hurt. Damn, that food looked good though. That food. Congratulations, you just subscribed to our friendship for the year 2026. No cancellation or refund accepted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vex. Thank you for automatically renewing my sub because I was gonna do that anyway, but you did it early, so thank you. Femboys. Yay. I got double subbed. Does this mean that I get double the friendship? Does this mean I get double the friendship, Vexed? Does this mean I get double the friendship? Wait, did this go in the wrong order? What the fuck? Okay. Yay, double friendship for me. I love you guys very much. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you enjoyed watching the TikTok. Wait, it did. Yeah, it did It did the friendship one. It did this one. And then it did this one. And then it did this one again. So, But thank you guys. I appreciate it so much. And I hope you guys had a happy holidays. We'll be back on Monday. So next week will be like a full week of streams. Wednesday for New Year's, we might cut a little bit short, but I think, I'll still be awake to tell people, hopefully, merry new year for East Coasters. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel. But looks like Nixie is playing Red Dead 2, and they've been streaming for 3 hours. So I think we'll probably go raid them. I love you guys very much, and thank you again for hanging out with me. Let me play a song in the background. But I will see you guys not tomorrow. I will see you guys either on Sunday if you want to watch One Piece with us, or I'll see you on Monday when I come back to stream. Thank you, Kiwi, for the raid message. You don't have to use the raid message if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. I love you guys a lot, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you again real soon. Good night. I love you.